Wow. Good morning, all. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, December 11th at 9:33 a.m. I'll begin by introducing our board members, and we'll get to our staff. To my left, Board Member Dee Dee D'Adamo, and to her left, our newest board member, yay, Sean McGuire. Yay! Sean comes after an illustrious career in engineering, working with a variety of people across the spectrum of the work that we do, in addition to his last few years being a key and what would the word be? Respected and prized member of the Water Board staff. We're thrilled to have him. To my right, Board Member Tam Dodak, and to her right, Board Member Joaquin Esquivel. Ms. Hobeck, will you please introduce the staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair Marcus. To my left is Chief Counsel Michael Lawfer. To my right, my Chief Deputies Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. And assisting today is Janine Townsend, clerk to the board, and her assistant, Courtney Tyler.
Thank you. I see a lot of familiar faces, but since I don't know every single person, I want to go over the emergency evacuation procedures for the building. It's just simple. Look for the exit nearest you, and if you hear an emergency sounding sound, assume that it is or a drill. Take your stuff and your friends and proceed carefully down the stairs. If you need help, someone will magically appear, or one of us will help you to a protected area, which are on every floor. We meet in Cesar Chavez Park across the street near 10th and J, and so if you want to wait with us, you'll find out whenever the all clear comes through so we can come back and continue with our meeting. The meetings are webcast and recorded, so it is important that when you get up to the microphone, you get close enough to it that it picks up. We can hear you without it, but we want people on the webcast to be able to hear you, so please pay attention to that. And then, of course, please silence, turn off, admonish, corral your noise-making devices in any way you prefer. Our first item on the agenda is the presentation of a Superior Accomplishment Award, and Karen Mogus will be presenting it to Amanda Flores.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Welcome, Board Member McGuire. I'm Karen Mogus, the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality here at the State Water Board, and I am thrilled and privileged to be presenting this Superior Accomplishment Award to Amanda Flores. Amanda, please come up.
Yeah, I like that.
Amanda has been an office technician for the Division of Water Quality for the past 2 years, and during that time she has made significant improvements in our recruiting process that led to consistency and efficiency division-wide. Amanda is our point person for all things recruiting. She schedules interviews with candidates. She prepares the official interview binders, and those of you who are hiring managers for the state in the room, you know how extensive those are. For the panelists, and she ensures that the interviewers and the candidates are prepared both before, during, and after the interviews. Her efforts have significantly reduced the administrative burden on all of our hiring managers, as well as made sure that they are following best hiring practices, which is all the more important these days. Again, those of you who are hiring managers know that. Oh, by the way, she's not looking for another job. No. You can't have her. Amanda takes initiative. She goes above and beyond, not just for her recruiting duties, but she definitely goes above and beyond, but she also documents those processes for times when she's out. She created templates for email communications with candidates, for the interview binders, the interview scheduling. She's got it all down pat. She's extremely organized, and as a result can juggle multiple recruitments for multiple managers simultaneously. And she anticipates the needs of candidates and panel members alike. So to sum it up, and to quote one of the managers in the division, Amanda is a gem. And I am pleased to be able to present this well-deserved Superior Accomplishment Award today. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
I love that. Generally, the unsung heroes, and nice to see her sung today. That's good. With that, we're on to public forum, and this is where the board hears from anyone wishing to speak about a matter that is not on the board's agenda. No, today? Okay. Next, minutes from the November 28th board meeting.
Move adoption.
I will second with one minor little addition that I hope can be added. Under the board member reports, since I so rarely give a report, I want to make sure my report is absolutely correct. And so if Ms. Townsend could add in there that really the purpose of my reporting on the meetings with the Environmental Justice Group was to request a board item, informational item on PFOA and PFOS. So let's make that clear in the minutes.
Okay.
With that, I second the motion.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
I'll
That
abstain.
carries with an abstention from.
One abstention since I was not at the last board meeting.
Right. Good. See, already right on it. Thank you. All right. Items 2 and 3 are listed as uncontested. Are they still uncontested? All right. So item number 2 and 3 are uncontested. Again, our not having a presentation on them has more to do with moving on to what is a pretty crowded schedule today than it does any lack of respect or gratitude for all the work it took to do both of those. Do I have a motion?
I'll move, and just wanted to note that I visited the Antelope Creek Fish Passage Project about a year ago, I think. And so I'm glad to approve and move to adopt 2 and 3.
Second?
Terrific. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries. Item number 4. I feel like there should be a soundtrack to this that's happy music.
Actually, before we get started on item number 4, are there any comment cards for item number 6?
Oh, is
If there's no objections, I'll move for adoption of item 6.
there a second? Second. Any discussion?
Great job, staff.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Carries. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for catching that.
Good morning. My name is Vadim Demchik, engineer with the Division of Water Rights, and with me today is Alessi Sikliri, also within the division, and we're here to present item number 4, the hydrology update for the Bay Delta watershed. As already mentioned, we have some good news today. We had back-to-back storms that covered the Sierra Nevada, more than twice the snowpack level this time last year, and we're hoping that it will continue, although we're cautious on what's ahead of us. Here's a look at precipitation. Let me go back and see if I can navigate here. Excellent. Let's go back. Here's a look at precipitation for Northern Sierra. We're sitting at 8.5 inches cumulative precipitation, and I checked the average for today, and things have changed a bit. It's now at 67% of average for this date. This was last week, so I just looked at numbers for today.
So it's still under average. What was it I was reading in the paper that made it sound like it was well over average?
You might have.
Did you read the same thing?
It definitely changed over the weekend, but the central and the southern Sierra will be the ones that they look nicer than.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For Central Sierra, we are at 8.6. Again, this hasn't budged really since last week. And last week it was 107% of average. This week it is sitting at, 95% of average for this date. And again, looking at different way of looking at it, Central Sierra, we're looking at values, water year 2019 in yellow. And we really see that going above average in November, and time will tell if the December bar will trail up. Right now, it's actually sitting at 0.8 as of today.
Oh, so I must have seen stats for November. Got it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Still, I'll take it.
Southern Sierra, we are at 6.8 from last week, but it jumped up to 7.3. Again, we're looking at that lower left-hand corner, that blue line. And now the average is at 124% of average for today, as of today. And for the Southern Sierra, we see above average for October and November. And as of today, December is now at 1 inch. So it jumped up. It's good, some good news there. Here's a look at our reservoirs. Again, lower than this time last year. However, California, Sierra, Nevada, as we call it, that piggy bank is off to a good start. The snowwater content is 94% of average for this time of year, and we'll see how it plays out in later months. Kachuma Reservoir at 29% of capacity, 40% of average. Diamond Valley Lake, 87% of capacity. And San Luis Reservoir, 61% of capacity and 99% of average. DWR released spring groundwater level data a few months ago. We're looking at a one-year comparison of groundwater levels and seeing the short-term effects of recharge water that was available during this time period. Spring 2018 groundwater levels in more than half of California's high and medium priority basins show no significant change from spring 2017 measurements. We're looking at that middle bar at 63.5%. So 63.5% of the wells are hovering around a plus or minus 5 foot difference. If we add up the orange and red, those are the decreases. So a total of 22% of wells had a decrease of 5 feet or greater. And if we add up the green, we have 15% of wells, around 50% of wells show an increase in groundwater levels. And here is the change between spring 2008 and spring 2018. It shows the effects of the recent drought. Only 2.6% of wells statewide displayed a significantly higher increase in groundwater elevations. Approximately 34.2% of wells showed less than 5 feet of change, and approximately 13.2% of wells displayed significantly lower level of elevations compared to spring 2008. So in summary, groundwater basins continue to suffer the impacts of drought long after rains have returned. So a single wet winter after a dry period can replenish snowpack. It can help with soil moisture. It can help with surface water, but groundwater basins may take several years or even decades to recover. And this graph is a reminder of that. Here's the drought monitor as of December 4th. There are some areas in our region, especially in the Upper Klamath, Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Imperial counties that are in extreme drought. coastal southern California is in severe drought. Here's the official outlook coming from NOAA Climate Prediction Center and the Weather Service. The 8 to 14-day outlook is showing the probability is above average in terms of temperature, shown by that orange color. And this graph actually changed as of today. It's no longer that nice green color. Forecast is showing a probability of below normal precipitation for much of the state. And that concludes our portion of the brief. We're here to answer any questions board members may have.
Could you go back to the chart on groundwater, the single year, 2017 to 2018? It's interesting because the southern part of the San Joaquin Valley shows both some of those hot spots on decrease, but then some impressive change for the better. And so it'd be interesting to get a little more information on this. I know there are a lot of attempts at groundwater replenishment. That seems, it's probably not due to that. It's probably due to just precipitation and natural conditions, but it'd be nice to know a little bit more. This is an area that I know PPIC has spent some time on, and, estimating that with Sigma, we're probably going to see quite a lot of change in this area, perhaps even significant fallowing. And so this is an area that I'd like to hear a little bit more on at the appropriate time. Doesn't have to be the next round. It might take you a little bit of time to work with staff from the groundwater unit to gather up information, to make some sense out of it, and provide a more comprehensive report.
We'll definitely look into that. My gut feeling, just by looking at it, is I think the winter 2016-17 played into some of these numbers and affected them, but we'll definitely take a closer look.
Right. Thank you.
It's interesting. Go to the next slide. No, yeah, that one. It's so interesting as you see, that's Orange County. So you see the active recharge of the groundwater basin over that period of time. It's just interesting. Sorry. That's all. It's fascinating to be able to look at the charts and get a sense of what you're seeing and where the active management is, which I think is what you're asking about in the and we're going to need a lot more of it actually to make it happen. Very interesting. Any other questions? Thanks for this. Important. Let's hope we continue to get good news through the next few months. All right. Item number 5. Dr. Hartman, thank you so much for putting the punchline on the front slide. I know there's more to it than a percentage, but still, I like seeing it right there.
Good morning, Chair Markers, members of the board. My name is Elena Hartman. I'm a senior scientist in your Office of Research Planning and Performance, and this is informational item number 5, which is an update on urban water production for the month of October 2018. So on the cover slide,
just a second.
On the cover slide is the punchline. So in October 2018, the savings were 13.4% compared to 2013, which served as a baseline under the drought emergency water conservation. I will wait for the slide to talk about October, but I do want to provide some context that this is the 53rd month since the State Water Board started to collect monthly data on urban water production, which was under the Drought Emergency Water Conservation Regulation. And we have used 2013 as the baseline to compare urban water production each month. This drought emergency water conservation expired about a year ago, and with it, the reporting requirement is no longer in effect, so reporting has been voluntary since then. So this informational item really brings us a summary of water production results for October of this year. And the 2013 baseline urban water production by month is shown as this blue shaded area. The solid dark line shows reported urban water production this year. And because reporting has been voluntary in the past year or so, we don't have a complete record. So the dashed line shows an estimate that attempts to account for those missing reports. So where are we more likely in terms of urban water production based on past months for the reports that are missing? And we also see in white the urban water production for 2017. So compared to last year, even our estimated urban water production is slightly below. As you can note on this white line, there's kind of like a bit of a bump in October. So last year, October was very, very hot. And in fact, I just want to remind you that due to this extreme heat, some schools even closed early. We think that maybe that's a reason why there was this increased production in October of last year. So this summary talks only about the reports that were received for October 2018, so the solid dark line, and the production was around 152 billion gallons. And so for the reports that we do have, we know the savings in October of 2018 were more than 23 billion gallons. So to add those savings with other savings that we've had this year, we saved almost 256 billion gallons cumulatively in 2018, which is about 14.5%. We do discuss the missing reports and the incomplete record, and on this slide, we have a summary of the missing reports. On the far right, the orange bar shows the missing reports for October 2018, so 14% of suppliers, 58 suppliers, did not submit reports. And what this chart shows is really an overview of the missing reports by month since reporting became voluntary. And the orange bars show currently missing reports for each month. We also show these white bars because at the time when we download data and bring these updates to the board, we may have a certain number of missing reports, but some of the reports do get submitted after that date. So the number of missing reports diminishes over time. So these orange bars are lower than the white bars. But overall, even with those reports that are coming in, reporting rate has been on decline. This chart shows that the majority of suppliers report some level of savings in October 2018 compared to urban water production in 2013. The reports that are missing are shown as the orange slice, so 58 suppliers did not report, but we do see that more than 3/4 reported some level of savings. And all these savings combined cumulatively for the state add up to 13.4% for October 2018. One of the things that we like to look at, because it's easier to relate to, is residential use. So residential gallons per person per day, or RGPCD, is how much on average statewide each person used in California. And in October 2018, it was 94 gallons. This is much better than last year. Last year, I already mentioned there was maybe an anomalously hot period at the end of the month, but also well below 2013. And so we see that we are statewide holding pretty well on residential use. And there's actually a range of use by supplier, and there were 27 suppliers that reported total use of 55 gallons or less. The reason 55 gallons is important is a reminder of the recently enacted water efficiency legislation, where one of the standards is for indoor residential use, which is initially set at 55 gallons. This is only for indoor use. The water efficiency legislation really makes a pivot from comparing water use to a baseline, so not these percentages compared to a year, but moving towards efficient water use, so water efficiency. And so this indoor standard aggregated together with standards for outdoor residential use, outdoor commercial, industrial, and institutional use, where there are dedicated meters, water loss, all those aggregated together would make an annual objective for water use for a supplier. And so we had 27 suppliers that already report total indoor and outdoor use per person per day of 55 or less. And speaking of the water efficiency legislation, implementation is moving forward. In fact, Department of Water Resources, with the input from the State Water Board, has released a final report which summarizes the water efficiency legislation and works out details. And that's the primer of 2018 legislation of water conservation and drought planning. And the report is available online, both on DWR's website and on our water conservation portal. Staff continue to work with suppliers to encourage participation in voluntary reporting. This water efficiency legislation comes into effect with the start of 2019, so staff will work on developing options how to move the reporting from that point on. And as previous item summarized for us, we and everyone else is keeping an eye on winter precipitation. The weather has cooled off, so we also encourage suppliers to share the message to turn down irrigation and perhaps turn off irrigation when there's been rain. So that concludes the presentation for today.
Thank you, as always. Are there, wait, sorry. Are there questions or comments? Usually are.
Do we have sort of a specific timeline of how we're going to be pivoting from what's right now voluntary reporting on a monthly time step and when we sort of go to mandatory reporting? And you said that, obviously the legislation kicks in at the beginning of 2019, but I guess what does that mean for the specifics of, how we sort of transition to a permanent program?
Staff are developing options how we could move forward. Senate Bill 606 gave us the authority to require reporting as needed. So there are options how to do this. There are also provisions in the legislation to streamline data and reporting requirements. So we are thinking about developing options that would take into account some of these things and perhaps move forward with something that captures other elements in the legislation. So we'll bring a little bit more detail on that in the upcoming weeks and months.
As you do that streamlining and there's thoughts, I'd love to, I can spend time personally on it because it is something that I find interesting. So to that extent, see me as an ally.
Thank you.
Info man. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. No, I think it's served us well, and I think the public really appreciates it. And so figuring out how to get the amount of information that is useful and helpful without being a burden requires many minds. So thank you. Other questions, comments? Thank you. As always, glad folks, the lessons appear to be holding, which is what we thought would happen. So that's good. Great. We also, on item 6, which we did because we didn't have cards at the time, we do have one person who was in support but wanted to be heard. And Jack, since it's you and you've spent so much time working with us on all these issues and you only wanted 2 minutes, please go ahead. Always happy to hear from you.
My apologies. I didn't realize you were going to skip to 6. Jack Hawks, California Water Association. In our comment letter on the cleanup and abatement guidelines, we pointed out in a kind of a hole in the eligibility requirements. In section B3.1, the guidelines state that pursuant to 13.42 of the Water Code, the following entities are eligible to apply for funding to address an urgent drinking water need, provided the entity has authority to undertake the activity for which it seeks funding, et cetera. And number 1 is a public agency that serves a disadvantaged community. Right after that, the guidelines state the executive director of the State Water Board, at his or her discretion and on a case-by-case basis, may deem a public agency eligible for funding in order to assist a community that is not a DAC, disadvantaged community. You skip down, number 2 is a tribal government, number 3 is a not-for-profit organization serving a DAC. Number 4 is a community water system that serves a DAC. In our comment letter, we had asked that the same language up in number 1 that gave the executive director discretion to permit funding to a community water system that is not a DAC but is assisting a community or another water system that is a DAC. And I was thinking that this would help the consolidation program dramatically. I can think of at least 3 instances right now where our members are looking at assisting distressed small systems. They are themselves not a DAC, but the distressed small system is in a disadvantaged community. Megan Tosney from your Division of Financial Assistance responded back. She said we have to make a change in the statute to allow that executive director discretion to be in number 4, applicable to the community water system that is not a DAC. So I'm going to try to work with Rob Eagle to fix that, because I think that'll help the consolidation program. And that's, since we can't get that into the guidelines that you just approved, I'm going to try to go the legislative route and hopefully come back to you later in the year. So on that issue.
Good.
Okay?
Good. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's right. We can only do what we can do. Yeah. Thanks for that heads up. That's good. All right. Item number 7, we're going to need to take some sort of a break, but let's see if we can get through the presentation and then take our mid-morning break, since we've only been at it for a half an hour.
All right. Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Laura McClellan, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Division of Water Quality. With me presenting today is Claire Wagoner, environmental program manager, also with the Division of Water Quality. To my right is Tim Regan with the Office of Chief Counsel. Also here to assist with this item is Shada Faranak, Assistant Deputy Director, and Scott Seifried, both with the Division of Water Quality. To his left is Julie Rosardo, Assistant Deputy Director with the Division of Water Rights. So I'm here to present for the board's consideration today a resolution to adopt the proposed amendment to the Policy for Water Quality Control for Recycled Water, also known as the Recycled Water Policy, an associated staff report with substitute environmental documentation. So in 2016, the board adopted a resolution to reaffirm support for the development of salt and nutrient management plans and direct staff to begin a stakeholder process to update the recycled water policy, which included reconvening a science advisory panel to provide recommendations on constituents of emerging concern, or CECs, in recycled water as required by the policy. So staff reconvened the panel in 2017 and has incorporated recommendations from the panel, as well as input from extensive stakeholder outreach into the amendment that was released for public comment in May. And then since the State Water Board hearing in June, when you last heard this item, and in response to the issuance of notification levels for PFOS and PFOA by the State Water Board Division of Drinking Water, staff revised the amendment to include PFOS and PFOA on the list of required CECs for monitoring. and recirculated the amendment for public comment specifically on that issue. So staff incorporated changes resulting from both comment periods as well as from scientific peer review into the revised amendment that's before you today for adoption. So now I will go over some of the significant changes up for your consideration that have been made since this item was last before you at the June 19th public hearing. And the numbers next to each section, or next to each item, correspond to the respective section in the amendment. So the first relates to the goals in section 3 of the proposed amendment. A narrative goal was added to complement the other statewide goals in the amendment to maximize the use of recycled water in areas where groundwater supplies are in a state of overdraft, to the extent that downstream water rights, in-stream flow requirements, and public trust resources are protected. And then another change to section 3 of the amendment was to modify the frequency of reporting volume of wastewater available for reuse, including influent, treatment level, and volume of discharge, from requiring those data be collected and reported monthly to requiring the data be collected monthly but reported annually. And the frequency for collecting and reporting volume of recycled water used in specific categories as specified in the policy remains the same with an annual frequency. And then in collaboration with stakeholders and other agencies, the State Water Board is developing a reporting system to implement these requirements. Staff plans to implement these requirements so that data would be collected in calendar year 2019 and reported in April of 2020. So Water Code Section 1211 specifies that a wastewater treatment plant owner must receive an approved wastewater change petition from the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights prior to making any change to the point of discharge, place of use, or purpose of use of treated wastewater, where that change will decrease the flow in any portion of a watercourse. Currently, wastewater treatment plant owners often make a self-determination regarding whether a wastewater change petition is needed. The amendment would require all proposed projects to receive a determination from the Division of Water Rights that either an approved petition is not needed, or if a change petition is needed, the project would, of course, need an order approving that change in order to move forward. So the amendment was revised to require proposed recycled water projects to submit a self-assessment for concurrence by the Division of Water Rights to assist the division in making that determination. State Water Board staff plans to work with Water Use California and California Association of Sanitation Agencies to assist in the development of guidance on what should be included in that self-assessment. So in the salt and nutrient management planning section of the amendment requires the regional water boards to evaluate their groundwater basins to identify those that require salt and nutrient management plans, or SNMPs, to achieve water quality objectives. The amendment was revised to require regional water boards to conduct that evaluation every 5 years rather than the previous language of every 10 years. And in addition, the amendment would require the regional water boards to periodically review monitoring data generated from these plans to see if anticipated salt and nutrient trends bear out over time, the models used in completing the plans are still accurate, and there aren't new recycled water projects that would change the loading estimates for those plans. So the amendment was revised to require the regional water boards to conduct this periodic evaluation every 5 years, rather than approximately every 5 to 10 years, unless there's an alternate timeline in a basin plan amendment. Section 7 of the amendment highlights permitting options for non-potable recycled water projects. So previously there were 3 options, and the amendment was revised to remove one of those options. So a proposed project can either be permitted through the statewide water reclamation requirements, such as the 2016 water reclamation requirements for non-potable recycled water use, or a project can be permitted through an individual permit, such as a master recycling permit or another site-specific permit. A section with permitting criteria for non-potable recycled water projects was removed since the statewide water reclamation requirements largely fulfill the same purpose of streamlining permitting of recycled water projects. Section 11 of the proposed amendment includes requirements for the regional water boards to transition enrollees under regional water board general orders for non-potable recycled water use to the 2016 water reclamation requirements or another order as appropriate. Previously, the proposed amendment required all enrollees under these orders to transition within 1 year of adoption of the proposed amendment and terminated coverage under those orders after that time. In response to discussions with stakeholders, the amendment was revised to set up tiers for this transition. So enrollees, so the amendment was revised to prohibit the regional water boards from enrolling any new permittees under these orders after the adoption date of the amendment. And then within 1 year, enrollees with Title 22 engineering reports approved after January 1st of 2001 would be required to transition to the 2016 water reclamation requirements or another order. And then within 3 years, rather than the previous 1 year, all other enrollees would be required to complete that transition, and the orders would be terminated after that point. So this concludes the significant changes staff proposes to the amendment, and now Ms. Wagner will discuss significant changes to Attachment A of the amendment.
All right, good morning. So I'm going to walk through the changes to Attachment A, which includes the proposed monitoring requirements for the constituents of emerging concern, or CECs, surrogates, and bioanalytical screening tools for projects using recycled water for groundwater recharge or reservoir water augmentation. In response to comments, we reorganized the contents of Attachment A for clarity. The strike-through underlined version of the recent draft may have appeared to have extensive revisions. However, many of the revisions were non-substantive, where we had perhaps moved language, but it tracked as a change. So what we did to assist the readers was we released a supplemental document with the summary of substantive changes to Attachment A, and so I'll highlight some of those now. Attachment A is now clearly organized, where Section 1 includes the quality assurance, quality control requirements that are there to ensure data quality. Section 2 includes the CEC monitoring parameters, which is the list of health-based and performance-based CECs, the surrogates, and the bioanalytical screening tools, with their associated reporting limits. The next section indicates where to monitor for the constituents, followed by a description of the 3-phased monitoring approaches. And then the last section describes how to evaluate the data and the appropriate response actions to take depending on the results of the data evaluation. One of the Science Advisory Panel's recommendations was to improve the quality assurance, quality control requirements in Attachment A to ensure accurate, precise, reliable, and repeatable CEC data are generated and reported. And this sentiment was echoed in the public comments. To address this issue, we had initially recommended including the National Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Institute, or TNI, requirements in the policy. However, in response to comments and in consultation with the State Water Board's Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP, this language was removed. And instead, we clarified that the recycled water producers must produce a quality assurance project plan, or QAP, consistent with EPA guidance and submit it to the water boards for approval. The proposed amendment also includes additional direction on the selection of analytical methods. So we removed the hierarchical analytical method selection from Section 1.1, and the proposed amendment now allows for the use of any method that's been validated or approved. There was significant interest to ensure that the laboratories conducting the CEC analyses can generate high-quality data, so we also included some direction on the selection of laboratories in Section 1.2. We consulted with ELAP on laboratory selection and the demonstrations of competency, but since these are emerging contaminants and in some cases emerging analyses, ELAP accreditation isn't currently available for the CEC monitoring parameters, but we'll be working with ELAP towards offering accreditation for laboratories to run the validated and approved methods for the CEC monitoring parameters as appropriate. And that being said, the proposed amendment is forward-thinking and would require a recycled water producer to use labs that have been accredited for ELAP for the analytical test method or analytes in Attachment A, if such ELAP accreditation is available at the time monitoring is required to begin. to provide flexibility if ELAP accreditation is unavailable. The recycled water producer must use a lab that has been accredited for a similar analytical method, instrumentation, or analyte until ELAP accreditation becomes available, unless otherwise approved by the Regional Water Board or State Water Board for bioanalytical screening tools. So this last statement was added in change sheets number 1 and 2 to address that ELAP doesn't currently accredit for methods, analytes, or instrumentation that's even similar to the bioanalytical tools, and we wanted to make sure that those still had a path forward. In regards to reporting limits, we did receive a number of comments on the feasibility of achieving some of the reporting limits in the August draft amendment. Consequently, we increased the reporting limits for PFOS and PFOA from 2 nanograms per liter to 6.5 nanograms per liter for PFOS and 7 nanograms per liter for PFOA. And this was based on an evaluation of the current capabilities of some of the current commercial and utility laboratories. But the revised reporting limits are still far enough below the health-based monitoring trigger levels so that the analyses are still adequately sensitive. Additionally, we added a footnote to Table 1 to allow the Regional Water Board to approve higher reporting limits for the targeted CECs if it determines the reporting limits cannot be practicably met in the recycled water matrix using existing analytical methods. We did add that this is as long as the ratio between the reporting limit and the monitoring trigger level is no less than 2, again, to ensure that the analyses are adequately sensitive. We also received comments on the phased monitoring requirements, but this was primarily related to the bioanalytical screening tools. So we did not make changes to the phased monitoring requirements for the targeted CECs and surrogates, but we did add a 1-year grace period before bioanalytical monitoring would be required to begin to allow time for method validation and for additional utilities and laboratories to develop the analytical capabilities. And additionally, we revised the bioanalytical monitoring phases to more closely align with the Science Advisory Panel's recommendations. So here you can see the phased monitoring for the bioanalytical screening tools. And we extended the length, or we're proposing to extend the length of the initial assessment phase, and the response actions would no longer be required in that phase. Then we shortened the baseline assessment phase to 1 year of quarterly monitoring where you start to implement those response actions. And then the frequency of the monitoring during the standard operation would depend on an evaluation of the data from the 2 previous phases. And then monitoring and implementation of the response actions would be required while the facility is operational, unless the Regional Water Board determines the bioanalytical tools can be removed from the monitoring list. Finally, very recently, we've had conversations with stakeholders and made a few revisions, which are in change sheets number 1 and 2, so that when the bioactivity is consistently non-detect or below the monitoring trigger level, it's now feasible for the recycled water producer to reduce the monitoring frequency or request removal of the bioassay from the monitoring list. So before these proposed changes, even if the measured response was at or below the reporting limit, the calculated value relative to the trigger level was always higher than the threshold for response action A, which would automatically move you into response action B. So this change allows, it makes it even possible to get into the A category. We also added a footnote to clarify the monitoring trigger level for estrogen receptor alpha is a health-based trigger level, whereas the monitoring trigger level for the aryl hydrocarbon receptor represents a level which may or may not be indicative of a health-based effect. And this is due to the wide variation in responses for the CECs that activate that receptor. So that was a summary of the substantive revisions to Attachment A. And with that, I will hand it back to Ms. McClellan to wrap up the staff presentation.
So some of the recommendations that staff considered but did not incorporate into the amendment were to include a requirement to reconvene the CEC panel every 3 years rather than every 5 years, to remove Section 5 of the proposed amendment, which discusses wastewater change petitions, to remove the salt and nutrient management planning requirements from the amendment entirely and instead address salt and nutrients through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. And then some stakeholders suggested maintaining, while others supported removing priority pollutant monitoring requirements for landscape irrigation recycled water projects. So since the revised draft was circulated on November 15th, staff released 2 change sheets that include additional proposed revisions. In addition to other substantive and non-substantive changes, staff proposes to revise the definition of wastewater treatment plant within the policy to specifically exclude on-site sewage treatment systems. Also to require the regional water boards to notify the public within 6 months if they determine a CEQA process will be required in order to accept a salt and nutrient management plan. And then for non-potable recycled water projects, to allow the regional water boards to continue to require project-specific groundwater monitoring when that's required through existing programs, such as the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. The second change sheet revises the definition of method detection limit for clarity, and revises the definition of natural systems to exclude natural system used in a recycled water treatment process. Change sheets number 1 and 2 also include some of the changes that Ms. Wagoner talked about just now. So to implement the amendment, the State Water Board Executive Director plans to issue an order to applicable wastewater treatment and recycled water permittees to update the monitoring and reporting programs to include wastewater and recycled water volume reporting, the updated CEC monitoring requirements, and to remove the priority pollutant monitoring requirements for applicable landscape irrigation recycled water projects. Staff is collaborating and participating in a stakeholder-driven bioanalytical implementation advisory group, which will provide assistance to potable recycled water projects that are developing the capacity to monitor using bioanalytical screening tools. The State Water Board is also partnering with the Ocean Protection Council to reconvene a CEC science advisory panel to provide recommendations for monitoring CECs in aquatic ecosystems. And now that we have the 2016 water reclamation requirements that were adopted by the board, staff is working to transition the final enrollee from the 2009 general order or general waste discharge requirements for landscape irrigation uses of recycled water to that 2016 order. Once that final transition is complete, staff will come before the board again to recommend rescission of that 2009 order. And finally, the regional water boards and the State Water Board will implement the requirements of the amendment to evaluate salt and nutrient management plans, evaluate data generated from those plans, review and update recycled water permits to make sure they're consistent with the policy and with California Code of Regulations Title 22, and then approve and review those quality assurance project plans consistent with Attachment A of the proposed amendment. So staff recommends that the board adopt the resolution to adopt the amendment to the policy for water quality control for recycled water, and that the board approve and adopt the staff report with substitute environmental documentation, including associated changes in change sheet number 1 and change sheet number 2, and that the board direct the State Water Board Executive Director to issue an order to implement the monitoring requirements of the amendment. This concludes the staff presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions before we take a break? Or we could take the break and then come back if people have questions, so they can think about it a little bit. Are we good? All right. So thank you for all the work that you did. Thank you for being so responsive to so many of the comments. It'll be interesting today to hear from people about what remains on their plate or concern list. But before we do that, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll probably take another break in this item, depending on how many speakers we have before we come to closure. And I can't really, until I see the cards, I can't give you an estimate of when we might get to lunch. I think it may be a while, but just by the number of people I have in the room. So we will come back at 10, let's just say 10:45. Grab caffeine or a snack or whatever you want. I tend to not break right at noon for lunch, so. Good. I'm impressed by how organized this group is. It's like it got quiet and I looked at the clock. So you obviously are all practiced professionals at coming to speak with us. So no, happy to see you all again. We've got 12 speakers. 2 asked for prior permission to go longer. One will be water reuse for 10 minutes, and the other will be the Coastkeeper Alliance for 6 minutes. If you want 10 too, that's fine. But I think I'm just going to take people in the order in which they put their cards in, and we'll go ahead and set it for 3 minutes otherwise. Some asked for a little more. I won't hold it on ceremony, but I say most people have asked for 3, so let's hold it to 3. And then people have a couple more minutes. It'll be all right. For those of you who aren't aware, I tend to do 3 in order so that you have a sense of what order you're in. Sometimes I do 5 if there's a zillion of them, but I'll just do 3 just so that you can relax and you can listen to everybody as opposed to just thinking you're going to talk next. So first we have Bobby Larson, Executive Director of CASA, followed by Jennifer West from Water Reuse, followed by Christine Compton from the Irvine Ranch Water District.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Bobby Larson from the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this morning. First of all, my first bullet point says, express support for the Water Reuse California comments. Now, I have a preview of those, so I think I'm still going to do that, but I reserve the right if Jennifer says something I don't like to ask if I can come back up. But generally, CASA and Water Reuse have worked very closely together in our comments, and she's going to address a number of the issues that we both are interested in. I'm going to address one of them, and again, mindful of the chair's comment earlier that she likes the punchline up front. I'm going to speak to you about the changes in the revised amendment having to do with the wastewater change petition process and let you know that we are not asking for any further changes to that section, that we are very pleased with the changes that have been made. We had a very productive meeting with your staff and some conversations with them. Very helpful, I think, from our perspective to have a better understanding of what motivated this and what they were trying to achieve. And I think similarly, perhaps help them see some of our concerns with the language as initially drafted and why that might present an issue for us. So thankfully, we've worked through that. We appreciate the changes in section 5.1 of the policy in particular. Also, we're very pleased with the language in the staff report referencing the development of a checklist that might be a tool we can use to sort the wheat from the chaff, if you don't mind that phrase, where we can sort of identify those projects that are perhaps more streamlined, don't need the same level of review or engagement, say, by the wildlife agencies, and can move forward, and then focus your staff's efforts and our recycle water producers and permittees' efforts on the ones that do matter. So we're very pleased and we appreciate that. We also view this as something of a beginning, I guess not a beginning because we're in the middle of it, but an ongoing process where we continue to work with you and your staff to engage the resource agencies, to add some additional clarity and certainty to how these determinations are going to be made, who the winners and losers are going to be and why, and so that we can all understand the rules of the game going forward and make sure that we are encouraging water recycling where we can, as well as protecting those in-stream uses. And so, again, thank you. My last comment, I know it's very customary to get up here, and we do it all the time, to thank your staff. And we like to think we have a very good working relationship with your staff on many issues. But I feel that in this case, I really want to emphasize the caliber of the staff that has worked on this project. There are many people, I can't name them all, but I especially want to call out Claire Wagner and Laura McClellan. They have been on a fast track with this project. It's been extremely complex. They've had to prepare lots of documents, respond to lots of comments, try to get this delivered on the time and the schedule that you asked them to do, and yet they were always willing to engage with us. They listened to us. They made changes. And I feel like they were always interested in getting it right, not getting it done. And so these two ladies need to go to the beach somewhere. They deserve a vacation. So thank you very much.
Thanks. That was great.
You shouldn't tell people how great our staff are, though. They're not going anywhere.
Wait, just a second. Ms. West, followed by Ms. Compton, followed by Leslie DeBellion from the San Diego County Water Authority.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm also part of the Claire Wagner and Laura McClellan fan club and want to thank them starting off for how responsive they've been. And again, you know, very technical issues on the bioassays that they were willing to engage on these kinds of things. I mean, Claire did an excellent summary for you, but some of those changes that appeared in the change sheet were extremely technical and incredibly important. So we appreciate that. I did ask for 10. I don't know if I'll need the full 10, but I wanted to just like I said, other than thanking them, backing up a little bit and talking a little bit about the revisions to the goals that are in the policy. As you know, we're not going to be taking on the numeric goals that are still in the policy that are broad and optimistic, and I'd love to have those broad goals there, but I do think that next time we revise the policy, we want to look at, you know, what is possible for recycled water more realistically with the efficiency legislation kicking in and wastewater numbers going down generally into plants. So those are, I think we need to take a more broader look, and with the tracking information, we will have that information from wastewater plants. On the goals, the groundwater goal, we extremely appreciate your inclusion of this goal into our policy. We think that obviously recycled water plays a role in recharging the groundwater. We think there's places all over the state where we have opportunities for this. So we appreciate that. We think it broadens out kind of a focus from just the coast goal that was in there previously. And now we are, so we appreciate that. In terms of the goal that is minimizing the direct discharge of treated wastewater to bays, estuaries, and coastal lagoons, we continue to have some concerns with this provision and with this goal because it lacks the considerations of practicality. Obviously, there's lots of things that go into minimizing the discharge of into the oceans and the bays, and this is something that obviously we like to work with our members, are working strongly to try to do that as much as possible to recycle the maximum amount that does go there. But, you know, issues such as cost, issues such as the lack of seasonal storage, issues that are deal with, you know, wastewater treatment plants are not necessarily equipped to deal with storm events where they can't recycle all that water from a major storm again. I was recently caught in a flash flood in San Diego just 2 days ago, and I thought, boy, they're not going to be able to recycle all of this. So there's some real practicalities that come into this, and the staff report does a really good job of listing out some of those considerations. We would ask that you add some of the language from the staff report into the goal so that it would read, minimize the direct discharge of treated wastewater to enclosed bays, estuaries, and coastal lagoons and ocean waters, except where necessary to maintain beneficial uses. And this is the part we added, and to the extent achievable given infrastructure cost, funding, seasonality, and other factors. And then it goes on. But that was the part that we would ask you to consider. That's reflective of what's in the staff report. All right, so moving on. In terms of the recycled water reporting, again, we thank you for moving from a monthly reporting requirements to the annual reporting. This is very helpful. But I did want to flag the issue that in general, our members definitely have some reporting fatigue. They're very supportive of doing this. We do think the State Water Board is the place where this should be the repository of this information, and we want it to be the go-to agency so that if there are questions about use for wastewater or recycled water uses, it's tracked in one place and categorized in the same way. So we did have some regional boards that were also tracking this using different categories. We obviously would ask that you make sure that that this becomes the place for the regional boards, and that this is where we track this information at the state board. You had, in your adopting resolution, you had a reference to adopting resolution section number 6, and I couldn't pass this out, so I have to read it, apparently. But there is a reference at the end about replacing existing reporting requirements for recycled water to the extent of any conflict. We wanted that to be clear that this worked for, that maybe this was a place where you could, strengthen that to the extent there's any conflict or duplication, so that it's clear that this is where we collect this information. So again, we're supportive of the recycled water reporting. We just want to make sure we do it once, we do it correctly and one time. So if you would take a look at the 6. Bobby covered the wastewater petition process very clearly. Again, we appreciate the changes you've made on that section. We appreciate the staff time and the work that went into that effort. We think it much more aligns with the statute on what it says now, and we're glad that it's in the policy, and we understand it's a requirement of our members, and we'll be working with you on the checklist. Her comment, though, very important that we need to engage the California Fish and Wildlife Agency in this discussion. You are the agency that is responsible for stream flow. You're the agency that has the goal and the mandate to increase recycled water. Fish and Wildlife, frankly, does not. So we need to make sure that we're kind of have some understanding with that agency, and we're going to be relying on you. So thank you for that. One issue that came up on the salt and nutrient management plans I wanted to bring to your attention. There is a section in section 6.2.6 that
Say that again.
Again, that requires that the regional boards, in consultation with stakeholders, assess and review monitoring data generated from these plans every 5 years instead of 10, unless an alternate timeline has been established in a basin plan amendment. Basin plan amendments, okay, we just wanted to give the regional boards more flexibility, so we're asking that you would say or approved or otherwise approved by a regional board. So they wouldn't have to do a basin plan amendment if they needed to extend that out, because as I understand it, basin plan amendments could be very onerous. And so we were just trying to give the regional board a little bit more flexibility if they wanted to extend that out beyond 5 years there.
I think the intent of it was to make sure someone's looking at it more often than that.
Well,
that was the intent of the change. So making it too much easier, because we approve basin plan amendments.
Too much easier is not a good.
No. It's not
Okay. Thank you.
I'm just saying that was the intent of it. I'm not arguing it.
Yeah, well, we were thinking if there were no changes and people were all on board on that, they shouldn't, that was
The
what we were
review
thinking.
should be easy.
Then the review should be easy. Okay. All right, so final issue is the bioassays. And this is where, again, we really appreciate the changes that the staff have made. We believe that the policy now aligns with the recommendations the Science Advisory Panel made for CECs for recycled water in general, of the phased approach that was described by Claire. And we will be working and have been contracting with NWRI to develop the bioassay advisory group, which has just been, which we hope to have our first meeting in January. And this group... I guess it's BAG.
Sorry.
There wasn't, so I hadn't thought about the acronym at this point, but so BAG.
And an acronym is born.
Sorry.
Well, the first task for BAG will be to develop a standard operating procedure and SOP for these 2 new bioassays. These are still new tests.
Right.
We don't have a standard operating procedure for them. Our agencies are going to need this. And so we've gotten some academics that have agreed to participate. Michael Dennison, a PhD from Davis, Adam Olivier from EOA, who was on the CEC expert panel, Megan Plumley from Orange County Water District, Daniel Schellek from the University of Riverside, and Sean Thompson from the sanitation districts of Los Angeles County. We very much would like to have your staff participate in this as an ex officio member, along with a representation from SWRCB. These meetings will be open to everybody. We also want to make sure that they will be working to make sure we bring in the commercial laboratories to make sure that they have a voice in this as well. So the final thing, and I know I'm out of time, on the monitoring trigger levels, on the monitoring trigger levels in Table A, in Attachment A on Table 9. As I said, these trigger levels are new. These requirements are new. Table 9 talks, and its title says required equivalency. We would like you in the title of Table 9 to just indicate that it's an initial monitoring trigger level, and then additionally in a footnote reference that the MTLs, the trigger levels, shall be reassessed every 5 years by the Science Advisory Panel on CECs and recycled water. We think this is important because it just puts it into the policy that these will be relooked at every 5 years by the science panel, and that these are the initials. I think with that, I am done. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you very much. Very helpful. And thanks for all the time you spent as well. Great. Oh, thank you. Ms. Compton, followed by Ms. Dobalian, followed by Betsy Elzafon from the Callegas Creek Watershed Group.
Good morning, Christine Compton with Irvine Ranch Water District. Not to pile on, but we too so much appreciate your staff's effort, and we cannot thank Laura and Claire enough for the dialogue, the conversation, the real effort to get this right. We appreciate that, and we've appreciated all the effort and conversation over the last 2 years in particular. Last time I was before you, we offered some comments on the reporting and incidental runoff and some other things. And so I just want to thank you and your staff for being responsive to that. And then we have some additional comments for your consideration. I'm not going to repeat water reuse on the goal, but we certainly ask that you consider their language. We think it's appropriate and strives to balance what we're all trying to accomplish, which is more recycling in the state. In terms of the reporting, we very, very much appreciate the changes made to reflect that we can report the monthly data on an annual basis, and really the striving to try and have it reported in one place. That's how we can get good data in the state and make sure that we're reducing the reporting burden. That balance we talked about last time. One of the things in the reporting section I wanted to raise for your consideration today is really an addition in the discharge section, which adds that water used for wetlands, natural treatment systems, is supposed to be reported in the discharge. Those uses for that restoration and that habitat really is a beneficial use. And from Irvine Ranch Water District's perspective, we really think that that should be in the reuse section, and would ask that you consider moving it there, because it is a beneficial use of the water, and it's appropriate, and it's a net benefit for the state and the habitat and the restoration work that's been done and the recycled water that's supporting that.
But it would be benefit, just so that I'm following it. So it's in the discharge section rather than a benefit. Couldn't it have its own category? Would that be a way to do it too?
We would be open to such suggestions like that. I think
it's more the notion of it being considered discharge,
exactly,
as opposed to it being
recognized as an appropriate and beneficial use of the water is our concern. So yes, we're open to other suggestions, but we don't feel that the discharge section is the right section for it to fall into. Also, our staff in reviewing some of the changes, and I just wanted to highlight for you, on the state agencies, the Building Standards Commission and Housing and Community Development are also two agencies that engage in some recycled water policy. And while we know you can't list every role of every agency, we just wanted to flag that for you, because there have been a number of conversations over the last couple of years, whether it's on plumbing, on dual plumb buildings or other things, where they do have a role and play. And we just wanted to highlight that those are two agencies that we hope will streamline maybe some hurdles in the way of recycled water. And then, in addition to Jennifer's comments on the salt and nutrient management plans, I think our concern is we absolutely believe there should be timing and regular reviews, but as she mentioned, there may not be a need for an update when that review's done. So the idea of getting eyes on it, but not necessarily doing an update if it's not appropriate or if it has the right data in there. So just hoping the language can reflect that, and I think that's the intent. And then finally, with everything we've gone through in the last 3 years and still learning the lessons from the drought, we recognize that, in an extended drought, there may need to be some tweaks on, releases of some of the TDS levels. And that's what we experienced in our basin. And so that might be something that may be appropriate there too. So just wanted to offer those for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the time spent. Hi, Mr. Balian, followed by Ms. Elzafan, followed by Michael Claiborne from the Leadership Council.
Good morning. My name is Leslie DeBalian, and I'm a Principal Water Resources Specialist with the San Diego County Water Authority. We're a wholesale water agency in San Diego with 24 retail member agencies. Recycled water is very important in our region. Last year, approximately 30,000 acre-feet of non-potable reuse was produced and used in our region. Several of our member agencies are developing potable reuse projects, including, as you know, the City of San Diego's Pure Water Program, the East County Advanced Water Treatment Program, which is being led by Padre Dam Municipal Water District, and the City of Oceanside's Groundwater Replenishment Program. I also would like to echo appreciation for your staff and working closely with the recycled water agencies to understand the issues. It's been a very collaborative approach. We think that the policy as it's drafted will work for agencies within our region. I would like to emphasize that we support comments made by water reuse, and I'd also like to provide a few specific comments as well. On the new goal to minimize discharge of treated wastewater, we ask that the policy and the state board include consideration of feasibility, which should also include whether there is demand for development of additional water supply within a specific region. We're very encouraged by the bioassay approach in the draft, and we look forward to working with your staff and our member agencies on these issues and as stakeholders on the bioassay advisory group, the BAG. On the salt and nutrient management plans, we think that this amendment provides important flexibility for recycled water agencies to work with their local regional boards. In San Diego, we developed guidelines in coordination with the San Diego Water Board for development and prioritization of salt and nutrient management plans, which also takes into account that many of our groundwater basins are small, they're coastal, and they're already saline. I would like to say that the policy, as it is, requires monitoring by recycled water agencies and for the salt and nutrient management plans, and we'd also like to see that the monitoring is required by other dischargers in addition to recycled water agencies. And I'd like to just say thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Helpful. Ms. Elzafan, followed by Mr. Claiborne, followed by Sean Bothwell from the California Coastkeeper Alliance.
All these people are so much taller than me.
I know, I hate when that happens.
I know.
I think being short should be a point of pride.
Well, it is for me.
You're just compact, small but mighty.
I'm efficient.
Efficient, that's the right word.
That's what I am. And I'm also Betsy Elzafan with Larry Walker Associates. And I'm speaking today on behalf of the stakeholders implementing TMDLs in the Cayugas Creek watershed. As noted in our comment letter, the stakeholders have been actively engaged in recycled water planning and use, as well as salt and nutrient management since the early 2000s. One of the goals for the stakeholders has been to effectively integrate the multitude of requirements faced by local agencies and agriculture in the watershed to identify efficient and effective management actions to address these requirements. So most of the comments that we provided on the policy were to support the lessons that the stakeholders have learned through these implementation efforts. And we're here today to support the changes made to the policy in response to our comments. And in particular, we want to support the changes that describe the site-specific monitoring requirements in Section 7.4. These proposed changes will support watershed collaboration and coordination of monitoring activities to best support evaluation of the groundwater beneficial use, protection across the multitude of regulatory requirements, really the multitude, being implemented by the stakeholders, and these changes will facilitate more effective implementation of recycled water programs in the LA region. And in particular, I think that especially as small cities are trying to implement these recycled water programs and get them started, anything that provides clarity on and helps to minimize any additional groundwater monitoring requirements is going to really help these programs get their programs started and not stand in the way of getting a recycled water program up and running, especially for irrigation. So again, this section is pretty helpful. Also, as noted in our testimony in June, we also encourage the board to continue promoting reuse as a beneficial use, as the others were saying, and remove barriers to recycled water uses that demonstrate minimal impacts to groundwater. And we appreciate the acknowledgement in response to comments that a watershed approach would not be in conflict with this policy and that there is significant flexibility with the SNMPs, SNMP development, as some of the others were saying. So anyways, thank you very much for your time and for making the modifications in response to Callegas's comments.
Thank you very much. I may follow up with you just because I want to understand your watershed work a little more than I should. I'm embarrassed as a Southern Californian that I can't just
you know, and
tell the story,
I'm
look
kind
at
of
the
a
map.
stand-in today for Callegas Creek, but I will do my best. Okay. Oh, you wanted...
Not now, but
Oh, later.
I'll follow up.
Oh.
I mean, I want to, but it'd probably be inappropriate.
But we don't have
I mean,
time.
Everybody should
I
know,
understand.
but-
I thought you were about to ask me a question. That was
Oh,
all.
no, it's good.
I was trying to be responsive.
Great. Mr. Claiborne, followed by Mr. Bothwell, followed by Ann Heil from the LA County Sanitation Districts.
Good morning. My name is Mike Claiborne. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I appreciate the time to speak on the recycled water policy today, and also would echo the comments from previous commenters on how good this process has been and responsiveness of staff in addressing our concerns. Some of the changes that we definitely support, in addition to the goal of increasing use of recycled water, are the new definition of adopted basin plan amendments that the response to comments said that data about recycled water policy use would be available online. The additional clarity on SNMP development, and also the change in how anti-degradation policy applies in the context of groundwater recharge recycled water policy projects. The issue that remains after all these changes, at least that we see, is in 7.3.2, which deals with the application of the anti-degradation policy in the context of non-potable recycled water projects. And that provision looks a lot like groundwater recharge used to look, in that it says conformity with an adopted basin plan amendment that implements an SNMP demonstrates compliance with the anti-degradation policy. We think that's problematic for a lot of reasons, in particular that anti-degradation requires site-specific, case-by-case analysis of the impacts of degradation and whether that's consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state. In response to comments, we saw staff said not only do they think that this complies with anti-deg, if it's inconsistent with anti-degradation, this board can actually amend the anti-degradation policy, and this policy controls over anti-degradation. I think that's a problematic interpretation for a lot of reasons, but two are that the Administrative Procedure Act and CEQA both require notice of an amendment to a policy, and the notice here didn't state that we were considering amending or changing the way anti-degradation policy applied. So we definitely agree that the State Water Board could amend the anti-degradation policy, but not through this process. And we also note that it would require federal approval to amend the anti-degradation policy. So we asked that 7.3.2 be revised to treat anti-degradation the same way as it does with groundwater recharge projects, in that you can take the SNMP and the data generated during the SNMP and use that in your anti-degradation analysis, but it doesn't stand in for a site-specific anti-degradation analysis. And we note that the recycled water may contain constituents that aren't addressed at all in an SNMP, so it really doesn't stand in as a replacement. Happy to answer any questions. My time's up, but that's our main concern. Thanks.
That's just a heads up. I'm going to want staff to come back and explain that, council or whatever, why it's different or why you think it should be. Don't have to do it right now. I have a list. I figured I'd flag right now that's on my list. Oh, yeah, Sean has a, all right, Mr. Bothwell, followed by Ms. Heil, followed by Lorianne Fono from the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies.
Great, thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Marcus, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'm going to start with some of the things that we were really happy with. There's actually more on here than I listed, but Mr. Claiborne mentioned it, but fixing some of the anti-degradation pieces in respect to groundwater replenishment and potable reuse, we really appreciate those revisions. From the very beginning, the CEC monitoring framework, I think the expert panel has always done an excellent job. The bioanalytics is really important to us. We've been saying for years now that there's more off-ramps for monitoring constituents than there are on-ramps, and when it's emerging constituents of concern, there should be better on-ramps, and this bioanalytical monitoring allows for that. Just as a side note, I wanted to call out something staff said in their presentation about working with the OPC on CC monitoring for aquatic life. We think that's incredibly important. From the very beginning of CC monitoring in the framework, we've been engaged and we've been asking for that for about a decade now. So we're really happy about that. We're staying as engaged as possible with the OPC and the State Water Board on that. So we really appreciate your staff's work on that. The reporting, I think, has been undersold, to be honest. I think this is really important, really big deal to have what's coming into POTWs and what's being produced for recycled water, and then what's being discharged to the ocean. I get people asking me this all the time of what are the numbers, what's the opportunity out there, and I can't tell them. And I'm kind of surprised that we don't have those numbers very publicly available. So I hope when the reports do come in, that those are very easily accessible on the website, and I'm sure they will be. I didn't put it on here, but the review of salt and nutrient management plans down to 5 years, we really appreciate that as well. So let's get to some of the bad news stuff. So Mr. Claiborne already went over this, but we share this concern. The courts have said repeatedly now that the water boards can't just point to a permanent policy and say comply with that, and that's your anti-deg analysis. And yet we're doing it here again for the non-potable reuse. And so I would just echo Mr. Claiborne's requests that the salt and nutrient management plans can be used. The technical pieces can certainly be used for the analysis, but that's not the be-all, end-all of the analysis, and there actually needs to be a site-specific analysis done. Mr. Claiborne also raised the response to comments to actually one of my comments, and I want to flag what the exact number is. It's 2.051. Raises pretty large concerns for us as well, that the State Water Board is unilaterally changing what the anti-degradation policy is to do through this recycled water policy just by using the reasoning that this recycled water policy is newer, and so therefore it dictates. And I don't think that's the way it should be working, but also the CEQA and proper notice should allow for a better participation of if we are amending the anti-degradation policy. So first, I want to get on Ms. West's good side before I dive into this narrative goal and say Ms. West's comments on the numeric goals. I would agree that after we start getting the reporting, we see what is possible, we should revise those numerics. I've said from the very beginning that those are arbitrary, and that's kind of why we went down this ocean wastewater route, was because we felt that they were so arbitrary, and getting real numbers in place would be great. I would encourage the State Water Board, you are removing the mandates, to reconsider those mandates once we really know what is possible and what isn't. But diving into our request for the eliminating ocean wastewater, the the California waterkeepers, as you know, I think everyone realizes how much California imports water and the degree to what it takes to get water to our urban areas, and for that it should be valued on itself. But you know, California takes water from very sensitive ecological areas, areas that are in-stream starved for water, pumps it throughout the state, pumps it up over mountains at great expense and energy, and then we use it once and discharge it to the ocean. And that's what the waterkeepers are trying to get at here. We're not necessarily getting at the water quality issues, even though we think those are an issue. This dynamic of moving water all throughout the state only to use it once and discharge it, we find to be a waste, and we want to start moving in a direction, a statewide policy direction of reducing that wasteful practice.
So that last picture is my nightmare. Cartoon. I need a copy of that.
Oh. So I'm going to first apologize. I honestly didn't think this narrative goal was going to become as controversial, I guess, or as back and forth as I thought when I first came to you all. I want to thank State Water Board members and staff for including a goal in there and for taking the time to meet with me to hear our position. I said this at the workshop, but I'm going to say it again because I think it's important. The narrative goal, it's not enforceable. There's no deadline for it. This third bullet is actually, I'm going to add something, so it's actually not in there right now, but I'll get to that. And then it also, no, I'm sorry, it does. So there is language already in there that you need to recycle water, but still maintain beneficial uses when you're discharging it. There's flexibility there. There's also the flexibility of exempting the brine discharges. So we try to build in flexibility and reasonableness, really because this is supposed to be an aspirational goal. The state should be moving to preventing this wasteful practice. So as an NGO, I do way too much goals and objectives and strategic planning and stuff. And so I always try to make sure any goal that I'm creating, you know, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. Ooh, 6 minutes went by fast.
Okay.
So real fast, this is the goal as it stands right now. And our biggest issue is with this word minimize. I don't think it's specific. I don't think it's measurable. To be honest, we could really do nothing. And the water conservation regs that we have in place right now would minimize discharges, as was said earlier about why we should actually change the numbers. The goal, you know, I really appreciate us thinking about it and putting something in, but just the term minimize really does nothing for us to move as a state towards preventing wasteful practices of discharging ocean wastewater discharges. Oops, went too far. Doesn't want me to use that slide. So this is my proposal. In previous comments, we had used the word eliminate, but talking with water reuse and actually thinking about it, my original proposal was to be on the more positive side, using, you know, recycling it all rather than just eliminating wastewater. So I went back to our original proposal of, you know, reuse it all. And I also added something in there. One of the comments that several people made was, if there's no use for it, if there's no demand for it, take Humboldt in the winter, for example, there's nowhere to store it or whatever it might be. I tried to adjust it by putting in there that you know, water that can be put to beneficial use where there's that demand, and we could nuance the words, but again, I'm trying to make this flexible, but it's an unenforceable goal without a deadline, and I was just looking to move the state along to recognize the useful practice of discharging wastewater to the ocean. So with that, I'll stop, and if you guys have any questions, I can answer.
That kind of has the caveat in it as well. Interesting. Questions on that? We may come, I'm sure we'll come back to this issue. Thank you. Do you have a question?
No, I just want to thank you, Sean, for coming up with a suggestion. This one has been difficult, and I know everyone's been trying to work through it, so I appreciate you continuing to be creative.
Ms. Heil, followed by Ms. Fono, followed by Debbie Webster.
All righty, well, good morning. I'm Ann Heil, and I'm with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. I want to start by echoing Bobby and other people's comments about your staff and really what an outstanding over and above job they've done on this particular regulation. And no one gave a shout out to Shala yet, so I think she needs to get a shout out too, in addition to her staff. She's been really helpful. So I want to start by saying that we think the policy is really heading in the right direction. We think it's a big improvement over when we were here in June talking to you about it. There's still just a couple things I want to cover today. Overall, we really support what CASA and water reuse, their comments with. We differ slightly with water reuse on some of the reporting stuff, but I'll get to that. But what I want to focus on today is what Sean just focused on, and that's the goals in Section 3, and particularly the goal to minimize the ocean discharge. Let me back up a little bit and say that we do support inclusion of the draft goal on groundwater, and we also support some of the language that was taken out about mandates. We found that to be really helpful, and we're really happy that language was taken out. We do continue to have concerns, though, about these goals to minimize the discharge of treated wastewater to the ocean. We, of course, support more use of recycled water very strongly, but as I mentioned in June, our long-term experience working with many water agency partners over the last 55 years has really led us to become very aware that there really are various constraints to doing these projects, be they economic, water quality, demand, as Sean is trying to address, storage, institutional, even public acceptance constraints that really can get in the way of moving your project forward. So I think we, in particular regarding the wet weather, it's really important to recognize that it's just not practical to design like advanced treatment facilities to handle peak wet weather flows. There may not be space, there's other considerations. So we were glad we got rid of the term eliminate. We appreciate that we switched over to minimize. We're just now heard the proposal about reuse all, and we're starting to think about it. But we really think that even with that, we need to include that caveat about feasibility that water reuse proposed. And that was to add, to the extent achievable given infrastructure, cost, funding, seasonality, and other factors. So maybe reuse all to the extent all those things are considered might take us there. We're still thinking about it. On the reporting, we really support the new reporting requirements. We're so eager to get that statewide clear, accurate data every year. We think it's going to help everybody on it. We like the annual. We think it's the right amount. It should not be a big burden for us to just annually give us that data. We do want you to be aware that some situations are really complex. We have a couple in our area that you just wouldn't think of. We put it in the river, and then it goes to your groundwater recharge project. We give it to someone else, and they recycle it some more. So we've talked to staff, and we're very eager to work with them on working out some of those details, and we're happy to beta test a system before it goes statewide. For the water change positions, we support what CASA said and water reuse about the changes being better to date, and we look forward to working with, we support the request to work with stakeholders and the resource agencies going forward. And we also want to be sure the State Water Board continues to support adequate resources to ensure the new concurrence process doesn't slow down the development of new projects. I think we all want that. And let me just do one more issue, and that's the new bioassay monitoring. We work with staff on getting a change in change sheet 1 with the footnote clarifying that the trigger level for the new AHR dioxin-like compound assay is not health-based, and I really want to thank them for that change. We also support water reuse's proposed change to clarify that these are still just initial trigger levels and really need to be revisited, particularly the AHR. We really don't have much experience, and we're not really sure what kind of stuff is going to come out of that. And we look forward, one of our folks from our agency is going to be on the NWRI advisory group on bioassays, and we really think that having a group in place to help guide us through not just SOPs, but also what should triggers be, how should they be used, how should we communicate them, is really an important implementation one. So thank you for the opportunity to provide more input.
Thanks. Ms. Fono, followed by Ms. Webster, followed by Don Kepke from SEEB.
Had to actually move it down from Anne's microphone height. I'm Lorian Fono with Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, and as you know, we have 26 permittees who are currently permitted under Region 2's 9611, our own general recycled water permit, and they are to be transitioned to the state general order, most likely, within 1 year or 3 years, and we want to thank staff for meeting with us to talk through our issues, and also for the extension to 3 years to terminate the order, as well as gather in all of those permittees with the pre-2001 engineering reports. So one issue that has come up that's somewhat outside of the recycled water policy, but I'm bringing up now because the policy requires the transition, is that of production of recycled water, which 9611 has and the state general order does not have. And we were not on the ball for the 2014 adoption, or frankly, even the 2016 re-adoption. 2014 because we thought it didn't apply to us, and 2016 because we were too busy asking that it not apply to us. And then if it has to apply to us, then please remove priority pollutant monitoring, which you did, and we are very grateful for. Germane to what we're talking about here in the staff report for the Recycled Water Project, it reads, Order WQ 2016-0068 DDW does not include treatment specifications, so recycled water producers seeking coverage under this order generally would also need separate WDRs or an NPDES permit for the production of recycled water. And so in response to our conversation, staff had added the word generally, and so we have wiggle room to figure out what we're going to do next. So we have two potential issues. One is existing permittees who have NPDES permits, but those NPDES permits don't address their recycled water projects, and then future projects, scalping plants specifically, that are in development. So these would be from agencies that don't have any kind of NPDES permit. For example, one collection system agency that's working on a plant that takes water from the sewer, produces Title 22 water for irrigation, and then sends any extra water as well as its solids to a central recycled water facility. So the question is, does this agency need a separate WDR in addition to seeking coverage under the recycled water policy? So the recycled water, under the recycled water general order. So the general order is successful in being able to streamline adding users to an existing project, but not so much in terms of requiring the use of two different permits for any given recycled water project. So I'm not here with an ask. I'm just saying this is something that we're going to need to work through, and staff has indicated its willingness to help us figure out what we need to do to make sure that we get this done in as simple a fashion as possible.
Thank you for flagging that. There are certain things that are, thank you for flagging things that we need to keep working on. I know this won't be the end of the story on a lot of these things.
Yeah,
it's a useful thing to do right now.
We move back and forth between the policy and the general order, hopefully perfecting both eventually.
Webster.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Debbie Webster. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and welcome Board Member McGuire. First of all, I'd also like to reiterate some of the thanks to staff to try to make this, or to working on making this a really usable policy. Recycled water is very important. It's a very important part of our water portfolio and how we can best use water. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then also talk a little bit about one of our kind of a small community issue. So I want to start by saying we do support the comments of water reuse, of CASA, of BACWA, and LACSD on those. For us, we appreciate the goal to maximize the use of recycled water and when groundwater supply, so for groundwater augmentation. Reading the goal by itself, as it's carried by itself, we were initially a little concerned that it says to the extent that these other areas are protected, but your Section 5 really talks about the balance. And we just want to reiterate that balance and looking at what's the best use of water and how can we best manage our water supplies, knowing that recycled water is part of that portfolio. And the safe and appropriate uses of recycled water is a great use of water and should be highly encouraged. And so just to the extent that we get some of these, yes, there might be a 1211 here, we've got to move around water in order to make it work. And in the Central Valley, especially where a lot of water is exported, being able to use water supplies most efficiently is really important. On the small community issue, there's just one really small thing is in section 323. It asks to monitor to tell how much you're discharging to inland surface waters. That's us. And then it says to specifying the volume required to maintain minimum in-stream flows. I will tell you, we may or may not know that. And I just want to make sure that it's okay that if you don't know that answer, you're not required to do a big study, especially for our small facilities. Some of them are required to have minimum dilution. They're not, then they have to recycle the rest, and it gets to be a little bit more tricky. And then finally, on the salt and nitrate management plans, we really support that recycled water is just a small part of the portfolio. But as you know, I've been here about CV salts. CV salts and salt and management plans are so much bigger than the recycled water policy. And there's a lot of aspects of that. And it's something that, especially in Region 5, is going to require continuous planning really to get us to that end goal. And we recognize that. And so as much as I love it here, I'd really like that aspect to be brought out into a bigger stakeholder community. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kepke.
Good morning, Chair Marcus, members. Welcome, Board Member McGuire. We look forward to getting to know you. I'm Dawn Kepke, McHugh Kepke and Associates, representing the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, otherwise known as SWRCB. Just a quick comment. While we did not submit formal written comments, we've certainly been monitoring the development process with regard to the amendment. We've heard from a few members just about some of the positive changes that have been made. Just one outstanding thing that has been raised by a couple of our members specific to the monitoring for groundwater recharge and Section 4. With regard to concerns over site-specific conditions, our members had argued that in certain cases there may be some need to consider a different time frame beyond 30 days where site-specific conditions may warrant that. Although staff indicated that they disagreed, that there were concerns that science advisory panel didn't also note that concern. We would just request that maybe there be kind of a meeting of halfway on that, perhaps where in certain cases where a project proponent may believe that there is some specific project where site-specific considerations may be of relevance that could lead to some need for beyond a 30-day consideration, that perhaps just in those specific situations there just be some allowance, some caveat, if you will, for that project proponent to work with regional board staff, state water board, again, in those kind of specific cases to perhaps have kind of a different time frame or some leniency to work with the boards on that. So just hoping to, implore you to consider some minor caveat, perhaps not a wholesale change, but just in those narrow circumstances where that may apply. So thank you on behalf of SWRCB, and we look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Those comments speak to how much time all of you have spent with each other over the course of the last few months, and I actually appreciate that. Obviously appreciate the staff and appreciate your appreciation of them, but also appreciate, see how many times I can use the word appreciate the time that you've spent, because we've come a long way from the, what does that mean? That's a whole big thing. We don't want to go there, to understand why we need to do certain things and give us a better way to do it, like in the wastewater change petition, something that's not at all new, but felt new to some folks, and you figured out how to work it through. I also appreciate the thought with which people have raised some of the points they've raised. I have a number of questions, but as usual, I want to turn to my colleagues for questions, and my suggestion is going to be that we ask our questions or flag the issues and then let staff respond, but we may also take a break and give staff a chance to think about everything we've sort of plopped on the table, because usually there's a very thoughtful set of responses to whether something's necessary, whether it can be handled later, whether there's a suggestion. So have at. I have about 8 or so things I've heard that I want to ask some questions about. But who wants to go first? Go ahead. You look like you have things. You have things? I read body language here, but it's
Okay.
always sometimes hard. Sometimes it's like you watch the hand go for the button, but I never.
Well, I wish you could just go first, actually, because there were times where I saw you taking notes, and I think that you probably captured something before I kind of got started and then realized, I don't know if I understand this all that well. So I probably only have about 4 or 5 things.
Yeah. I only have about 3, 4, and given the limited number of real issues I think that we've heard, I think you'll probably capture most of them if you just want to go.
Well, let me try to flag them. I don't have an opinion necessarily on whether we need to do something. They're just the ones. There were plenty of things in here, some of which I think can just be handled later on. Again, it's a policy, it's not a regulation, and it's a living document that sorely needed to be updated at the time we directed staff to do it. And a lot of the things in it that I think are most significant haven't come up at all today because people seem to agree that they're significant or they've been pondered. So let me just flag them and give staff the chance to figure out how to respond. Maybe I'll flag them and then you guys can add anything to it. The first is clearly there's a piece, this is in any particular order. Clearly there's a piece where we need to be working with other agencies, and a couple of them were mentioned. CDFW is one, but not the only one. And that to me seems like something we're asked to do that we should do, but I don't know whether it needs to be in the policy or not. In some ways, maybe not. But so put things on whatever list you want them on. Another issue that there were a lot of comments on, but nobody mentioned, was PFAS and PFOA, which when we were talking about the list of things. And I actually did have a question about that because it comes up in the PFAS, PFOA arena, and we'll be having a larger workshop on it, as you heard earlier, that Board Member Doda asked about, and actually it will become the issue of the next era. Here, it's like PFAS, PFOA, and nutrients, like next era. And I have no idea how it plays out, but we're going to need to spend more time on it. So the question that I saw in a lot of the comments about, there were concerns, but there was also the issue of PFAS, PFOA is sort of a shorthand people have used, and I don't know how many times I've had somebody comment that there are others in the family that aren't necessarily picked up. I don't think it needs to be resolved in the recycled water policy, but I would like to put a pin in it somewhere that we as an agency are going to have to figure this out. We've just taken the first steps for doing initial monitoring through DDW, and we just need to figure out how to deal with this. One's going to be huge because it's very complicated. I would note this has clause 6, I think, because Ms. West mentioned it so much, but I didn't write through what I had to go back through my notes so other people can flag that one. This whole issue of how we talk about either use the word minimize and put in caveats, because I think that Mr. Bothwell is correct in that it's an aspirational comment that has a lot in it. I'm sort of putting on my former MPDS permit holder hat, where every experience you have with your local regional board permit writer isn't as broadly reviewed. You're laughing because you know what I'm talking about. So I see where folks may want that, and I appreciate Mr. Bothwell trying to come up with other language. I'm not sure it's actually necessary at all, but I want you guys to think about if you heard anything that there's a way to do it, or in subsequent guidance to make clear what it is we're talking about, because I think those of us who have been, I've been on every side of these things, but we've all had an experience with a permit writer who thinks they're going to save the world and has no clue how the real world works. In the midst of having phenomenal permit writers who do an incredible amount of work, I think folks are afraid because of the experiences that they know they've had with someone who's just looking at words on a page versus thinking about what the context is of a given facility. So even it's just direction to ourselves, that could help it. I'm sure we could massage the language and, I don't know, put in a caveat of practical and feasible or whatever, but just think about that during a short break.
And if I can just add my comment, I guess, on that item, it was one of mine as well. And likewise, I've sort of had a hard time understanding what, the actual then concern is, kind of down the line, what specific sort of concern sort of arises from it. Given that it's broad, it's unenforceable, just kind of general goals, But I can understand in the context of permit writing, perhaps, someone interprets that as some, I don't know, something. And it's kind of hard to understand. To the extent, I guess, my question would be to folks at CASA and water use and otherwise, the suggestion that Mr. Bothwell put out, to the extent that I don't know, is maybe the basis for kind of settling it and not wanting to spend maybe too much time again, because I really am having a hard time understanding what the actual consequence that people are really concerned is, or what the specific is there. But yeah.
I'll just jump in and say that is the one item I had on my list. One, to stress how important it is, I feel, that we do include and keep a goal. But I am open to, again, without spending a tremendous amount of time on wordsmithing, consider the language suggested by Sean.
Yeah, let's toss it in. That's how we're doing it.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Bothwell trying to thread the needle, and I would just hope that the stakeholders and our staff could talk during the break. It'd be great to have some common understanding. I do understand the reason why the regulated community is concerned, and I think if there's a way to get to a common understanding of the language by all the stakeholders, that would be my preference.
And I just wanted to add, I heard that some of those issues were covered fairly well in the staff report, which is good to hear that, that information is already included. And sometimes it's tricky to navigate whether that lands in the policy or the report itself. But likewise, I just want to echo the sentiments of the other board members that, hopefully you can find some common ground there and some wording that's workable.
If it helps somebody sleep at night, but don't kill yourselves over it, I think. The discharge to wetlands point that Ms. Compton made, I thought was an interesting one. I haven't focused on that language, but that's something I want you to come back to. It comes up sometimes. It's come up in the earlier conversation about calling recycled water a waste. And so I don't know if it's language or whatever, but think about that, because fair point, it's not just discharge, it's going to something useful. Two, the anti-deg issue is probably the biggest one on my list, so I understand it. This is one of those ones where I'm going to want folks to explain it. We shouldn't be changing the anti-deg policy like on the side, and this, when it is a huge issue we've been trying to grapple with for a long time. And again, it's one of those ones where the word has, like, it's all caps resonance and people see in it all kinds of things, and it's fraught. But I thought that was a very important issue to raise, and I need to understand why we have the language we have in there, and I'll go back into the response to comments and the like, but that one was the biggest concern I had. Ms. Fano had a point that the issue of having the multiple permits. I mean, it's not surprising, but just if you can explain that and how you deal with it. It's interesting when you think about folks that are doing recycled water projects off the collection system. Of course they are, because of the complexity of the puzzle of every different area, but having two permits doesn't seem that unusual. We want to make sure you have adequate permit coverage. So I didn't quite understand that, so I want that explained. Ms. Webster's point about how some of the small utilities can't pinpoint how much is needed for in-stream use, as we see that's our job in some ways. And so the question is what you had in mind and what caveats there are, so they don't feel like they've got to do sort of major in-stream flow studies to answer the question. And then Ms. Kepke's last point about the site-specific need in the 30 days, which I didn't focus on in the prep. Those were on my list. There are many other things that people made some good points, but those were the ones I wanted clarified. Anything else?
Yeah, I knew you'd cover everything. I did have just one, though. Jennifer West brought up resolution number 6, and I think, Madam Chair, you mentioned section 6, so there were two things involving 6 here. Section 626, which I didn't really follow that concern, but then resolution number 6, replace existing reporting requirement to extent that there's a conflict, and then she was requesting or duplication. That seems like a reasonable request.
All right. Why don't we just take a break? Because that'll probably be more efficient to organize your thoughts and suggestions, explanations. There's a whole basket of different sorts of things. So let's come, is coming back at noon too little time? Because you have the list, you want a little more?
If we could have a few more minutes, because
You want to do a half-hour lunch break and folks can just go grab whatever they need for lunch? Make it 12:30. We'll take a lunch break.
all right.
Then we'll get to the afternoon issues. Thanks. Thank you. Hi, sorry we're late. We're reconvening at 12:38.
Okay. So
Take it away.
I will
Mr.
take it
Bishop.
away. This will be a tag team effort on a few of the items, but I'm going to go through the list that we had and give you response, and in some cases, proposed changes, in other cases,
Just
not,
respond. Okay.
and explain why. So the first question was addressing working with other agencies. In the staff report, in section 5, page 7.
It's actually in the amendment.
Excuse me, the amendment. I wrote the wrong thing down. In the amendment, we actually call out working with other agencies directly there. If the board would like to strengthen that, I would suggest that you could direct us verbally to make every effort to get other agencies involved, because we can't mandate their involvement, but we can make every effort.
Yeah, you mean we can't 13247? Is that the 245? What's on the T-shirt? Isn't a 7 on the T-shirt? Yeah, sorry, inside joke. I apologize. All right, why don't we? I think we should just direct you to do it, and not have to write anything. But
right.
Can you just do? Can you just in the next month or two just go over and find out who to meet with at CDFW and whatever, and just sit down and talk about people's concerns and fears, see what you can come up with?
I would be happy to do that. We'll set
we're
up a
working
meeting
on that on a bunch of issues, but we probably should do a whole, I think a quick conversation about what this conversation has been and what the concerns are might lay out a pathway that wouldn't be that hard.
No, and I think that's very appropriate. They are, just to be clear, they are involved in the LA River flow study.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And,
good.
And they're one of our technical advisors on that, so.
And I would just say, to the extent that in those conversations, issues to specifically work on together, to the extent that we can kind of develop some sort of work plan that identifies areas of particular work that have been identified both from folks on the outside and then internal to us here at the board, just to kind of, be specific, I guess, as specific as we can on starting to enumerate and identify and work through whatever issues may necessarily be out there tied to this policy, but I think also writ large is probably pretty helpful.
Okay. The second issue was on the PFOA, PFOS.
Yeah.
The amendment that we have today mimics the requirements in the notification for DDW. So it is limited to the two constituents at this point, because that's what their notification is. But we are embarking on a larger program that you'll hear about early next year, for more monitoring and more both in terms of discharge potential sources and drinking water intake sources. And so that you'll hear much more detail about. I'll give you a preview that we have been looking at different preparation procedures and methods that could expand the number of analytes. And so there's a whole range of issues related to that we are embarking on jointly with DWQ and DDW, and we'll be reporting on that at the when we get that back together early this year, February, March timeframe.
Great, and I know it's an ongoing process and will be as DDW puts out, but is there language in this policy that says, and as amended, because I just don't want it frozen in time in a big policy amendment when in fact it's going to be a moving issue.
So I will let the lawyers say about forward requiring things in a policy that are that change in the future. I think that DDW will be changing its monitoring, and we will be requiring monitoring based on as the science progresses. And so that's
all I want to make sure after reading the comment.
And just to be clear, the language in the policy as it presently stands does not lock in what future orders the board can issue with respect to PFOA and PFOS. And as John correctly stated it, as DDW's work evolves, as we see further developments at the national level on PFOA and PFAS, the board will be able to, and the regional boards will be able to issue appropriate orders to gain the information that it needs under the new methods and the different analytes.
All right, so just make a note for after we do the workshop and we do much more of this early next year, let's just make a note to revisit it with relationship to this in particular, since so many people commented on it.
Okay.
I'll probably remember, but you never know.
So the third item was trying to see if there was a consensus of changing the ocean outfall language. I'm looking to see if they are going to come up arm in arm. And I will tell you what.
It's like a shotgun wedding. Yeah, exactly.
High school dance.
Yeah. The charge I gave them is that if they could come to a consensus, we would take it, and if they didn't, we would be recommending to the board to stick with the language that staff proposed, which they felt was a intermediate to both sides, and so.
How are we supposed to share the language? How do we do that? That we sent you? Sorry, I thought you guys would have it or something. Yeah, I don't have my phone.
What?
All right. I'll say that there's one caveat. The reason John looked at this was there's one word we're still fighting over, but I think we can figure it out.
That's close enough. Then we can decide one word.
Close enough. I like that. Okay. So we're keeping the reuse all instead of the minimize piece of it.
Keeping the reuse all.
I did appreciate when they were talking about wet weather flows that's not something we're necessarily trying to get at. So we can consensus adding the word dry weather direct discharges to exclude wet weather. And then we kept that can be put to a beneficial use. And the reason when we put that can be put to beneficial use, that beneficial use is now in that first sentence twice. So what we did was we moved that caveat to the part about exempting brine discharges, and let me get it right, does not include discharges necessary to maintain beneficial uses and the brine discharge. So we kind of just did that for semantics. So I'll put words in their mouth. The one thing we couldn't come to an agreement on is when it says and ocean waters that can be put to beneficial use, they want to use the word viable. That could viably be put to a beneficial use. That's the word viable.
And you want to explain why you want the viable?
Yes. Thank you, Sean. And I do appreciate Sean spending his lunch hour with us trying to work something out. And, we got real close. We are a word away, basically. And that word is some modifier for being put to beneficial use because we believe that, it may be capable of being put to beneficial use in an ideal world, but some way of capturing. When we were discussing it earlier with the board, we used words like feasible or practicable. Obviously, those are not words that I think Sean is crazy about and would want to see included. So then we said, well, what about viable, which is just trying to convey the idea that it can be done. And that's what we're looking for here. So the language that Sean read with the modifier of viably be put to beneficial use, I think would work for us. And I appreciate the fact that we both come a little ways and I'm not sure if that's a bridge too far for you, Sean, or not, but that we wouldn't really be able to be that comfortable with language without that word, just because to us it suggests it doesn't provide enough, I guess, assurances that this is really about recycling that we can actually do in the real world.
Well, because you need a partner to do it in most cases. You don't have control over the water supplier. That's always been my concern with legislation and all of that, which is you've got to have a pull on the other side too, because wastewater agencies can't just make people take it. So what's wrong with viable, Sean? Viable is a pretty narrow word. I'm sort of surprised they agree with viable as opposed to reasonable or feasible. Practical.
I can live with it. It was just, it's now 4 exemptions and a squishy word, and it just made it more squishier than I wanted it to be, but I can live with it.
Okay, well, why don't we go with that? Because I like there being a thing because it avoids that nightmare of the, I mean, I'll defer to my colleagues, but it avoids that nightmare that may happen once in a blue moon where somebody decides you can do something that's actually not realistic. And having been in that situation before and was surprised, I understand some of their fear. So having a word to wave around might help them in that. So I'll blame, I won't name names. But you know who it was. Sorry, go ahead.
Would you like me to read it into the record, adding the word viable?
Yeah.
Can we propose one more thing for discussion?
Yeah, you can, because look at all the praise you've gotten.
Wow.
Think of all the things you can ask for now, you know?
Since Ms. McClellan really likes grammar and sentence flow, we're requesting that to kind of, in the spirit of what we've just heard, we're looking at the language they proposed, and if we could say estuaries and coastal lagoons and ocean waters that can be reasonably put to a beneficial use. So instead of viable.
Reasonably instead of viable.
That
What?
can be reasonably put to
Oh,
a
reasonable has
beneficial
too
use.
much baggage?
Okay.
Does practicable have baggage too? You wanted a trifecta of Band-Aids there that you could use, right? You could call on.
As the board's only English major, I will say
thank
that
you.
in this moment, I think it's okay to, viability, the word viable may not fit grammatically within that sentence, but I don't know, to the extent that it seems that viable seems to be the only viable word that folks have agreed to at this point, maybe viably,
All right.
I
I'm gonna
yield to
try
the
and read
English
it.
major.
So in the, which section is that? I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
3.1.2.
3.1.2 would be revised to strike the two words minimize the and replace with reuse all, add dry weather, continue on with direct discharge of treated municipal wastewater to enclosed bays, estuaries, coastal lagoons, and ocean waters, inserting that can be viably put to a beneficial use, continue on, for the purpose of this goal, comma, insert, treated municipal wastewater does not include discharges necessary to maintain beneficial uses, and then continue on with brine discharges from recycled water facilities or desalination facilities.
Cool.
Okay, all right.
Thank you all. Thanks.
So that's number 3. We have 6 more.
There are 6 more? All right.
So there was a request that in the reporting for discharges to wetlands and habitat, that those be accounted as recycled water. There's a big issue with that.
But the treatment levels would be different, right?
Well,
Or what if
there's a
it is
couple of,
recycled
there's a
water?
technical issue, which is maintaining of habitat and wetlands is not a Title 22 reuse.
Uh-huh.
That's one. The other is that it arguably, any discharge to inland surface water of any kind supports habitat. And so then all discharges except discharges to the ocean would then be called recycled water. And that's just not what we're trying to do with the reporting. We're trying to report what are being purposely reused to augment or replace potable water supplies, and not, we recognize that there are, that's why we have minimum in-stream flow requirements in some instances, that there are, that this is a benefit, but we don't want to have the reporting be distorted in that way. We wouldn't.
No, I see your point, but how about the suggestion I had of coming up with a third, even if it's an extra credit or just an informational category when you're doing the reporting, where someone can say, because there are places
I believe
where
it's
people are
already
doing
an
it in a
informational.
constructed wetland or something.
or you're going to jump in?
You're specifically using the recycled water for the purpose of something.
So it is in its own category. I would also point out that there is language in that section that says the executive director may modify the reporting requirements if the section is necessary to evaluate progress towards the goals. So if we find, as we're asking for these data, that certain categories, the way that we're asking for the information doesn't achieve what we're trying to achieve, then the executive director may modify this language.
How about, let me add something. That's great. But when you say what we're trying to achieve, we may be wanting to achieve more than the narrow purpose of, because it's all of a piece. So if it's information that's useful, but it's not going to be a bunch of extra work, there's a story to be told from the category of people who are using it for constructed wetlands or different things like that, even if it goes somewhere else, even like the Japanese garden, which eventually goes somewhere else. You'd want to sort of know because there's a story to be told. So how about this? My suggestion will be, let's sit down and, since the executive director has the authority to do this, why don't we just set up a time to sit down and go over it? You can show me the reporting that's in it and we can talk it through, and then Ms. Sobek can
That's fine. We can make that.
on the calendar for this month or early January, subject to my jury duty.
So Chair Marcus, if I may just clarify, we'll be happy to do that. But the way we have the reporting and the policy, we have grouped them in categories, but we are capturing all the information. It's influent, production, and discharge. And discharge under it have 5 bullets: inland surface water, enclosed bay, and natural system. And then the reuse is a separate category. So we account for them, and we intend to collect all that information.
I understand that, but I want to have the conversation. Because there may be a different way to capture it that honors that use in a way that works. Maybe not, but I don't want to wordsmith it here today. But if there's a vehicle for me to do the follow-up on it, and anybody else who's interested, I definitely want to do it.
Great. So we will do that.
Chair Marcus, I wonder if I could go back to the previous issue quickly, just for a bit of clarification.
Yeah, of course.
In the language suggested by Ms. Larson and Mr. Bothwell, they added back in the word municipal a couple of times. We had recommended taking that out because I thought I heard municipal.
It's the magic cell phone.
We deleted municipal because Title 22 applies to more than just
Right,
municipal.
of course. Good point.
You're great.
Okay.
We will.
Thank you. Excellent. Good listening.
All right, the next item is on the anti-DEG, and Mr. Loffer will take that.
So pull up the right document again. And what we're going to focus on is if folks are looking at the red line version of the November 15 draft amendments, this was in section 7.3.2, and the issue raised by a few of the environmental NGOs with respect to how this interplayed with the anti-degradation policy. And a little bit of background before I suggest the language that we're going to put in here, or the strikes that we're going to make.
Is it helpful to put up Mr. Bothwell's slide when we get to it?
No, I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful. So again, this is on page 15 of the red line version of the document. And in 7.3.2, we talk about if there is a basin plan amendment that has gone through, what can the permitting of a project, a non-potable recycled water project, rely upon from that basin plan amendment when it comes to an anti-degradation analysis. And as we talked about it amongst the staff, the view has been that nothing in here was to abrogate the anti-degradation policy. There are some ambiguities in the anti-degradation policy in terms of its implementation, and there have been interpretations down the road. And to the extent that there were ever a conflict, the response to comments that staff had prepared did identify that subsequent policies can amend prior policies of the board, and the latter enactment overrules. However, that wasn't really the intent of the staff in carrying out this, and there was no desire to remove or lift the findings that need to be made at the specific permitting project stage, that the project is consistent with 6816 and make any necessary findings if it's not, if it's actually going to result in a lowering of water quality. And so as we went through and looked at that language in 7.3.2, we decided the cleanest way to reflect this change is to conform it to what we also have in 7.3.3, which is when there's a salt and nutrient management plan that hasn't gone through the basin plan process. And what we're doing is essentially relying on the analysis that's been done, but not removing the requirement that the regional board needs to make its ultimate findings that the specific project is consistent with the anti-degradation policy. And so the way the amendment would read is to take 7.3.2, and we're going to strike out a fairly lengthy clause in the middle of it and conjoin two sentences. So 7.3.2 will read, basin plan amendment for non-potable recycled water project proponents within a basin plan with a basin plan, or within a basin with a basin plan amendment based on an accepted salt and nutrient management plan, comma. We would then strike the concluding clauses, strike the introductory clause of the next sentence, and continue with compliance with the anti-degradation policy may be based, comma, in part, comma, on the technical findings of the salt and nutrient management plan or basin plan amendment as applicable. And so what that means is you've gone through the basin plan amendment process, and the technical analysis that was there to support an anti-degradation finding for the basin plan amendment can also be used for the specific project, but it doesn't remove the regional board's responsibility to ultimately make the findings consistent with anti-degradation.
For the project.
Okay. The next issue was the issue of multiple permits for recycled water projects. And this is a little more complicated than it seems on the surface, but I will try and walk through the pieces for you. The reclamation permit, general reclamation permit that this board adopted in 2016 excluded evaluation of treatment. Because in almost, essentially in all instances, a wastewater treatment plant also has, needs the ability to discharge, i.e. during wet weather or some other, and so they have a permit for that discharge. And so repeating the requirements of treatment in that recycled water permit didn't make sense, doesn't make sense. There is potentially in the future scalping,
Mining, sewer mining
plants that may be able to be done with an individual permit, but it's unlikely to be our existing reclaimed water permit because it doesn't talk about their treatment and how their treatment levels work and those pieces of the process. It is about just the recycling part. So at this point, every facility that does recycling water does have 2 permits if they are under our general permit, which makes it easy to do the recycling part.
Right.
Many of the permits many of the facilities have 1 permit that includes their wastewater discharge and their recycling, so they have 1 permit. Right. And that's an individual permit. That is the likely path that most people go down unless they are just a recycler of water when they get the water already treated from the treatment plant. So that's why it's a little more complicated. There isn't a simple solution to just say, oh, and you can just get 1 permit in all cases. It's going to be an evaluation of the individual aspects of the permit. And we will work, and the regional boards will work with dischargers to address any issue that they have and see what we can do. But
Yeah, there's no way to define it. That makes sense to me.
The next issue was about the concern that Ms. Webster brought up about in-stream flow and the concern that we were requiring a small disadvantaged community to develop in-stream flows. That's not what this means. There's a clear description of it, and I can't read what I wrote on which page it is. I think it's
page 49 of the staff report.
page 49. Yeah, okay, that's what that looks like. Okay, I was writing too fast. That this is meant to recognize if there is an in-stream flow requirement that has been designated for that receiving water, that has to be taken into account in the recycled water permit.
Right, so it's if it's out there.
If it exists, it's not that they have to create it.
You can just make a note to make that clear when you do the rollout in whatever guidance you do so that folks don't.
Yeah, it's actually written out in the staff report already, and we'll bite to
Not
it.
been quite as clear as you thought, so take a
Well, of course, it's perfectly clear. We've heard nice things about these people all day. Yes, we will check in to make sure that we clarify that.
Yeah, we've never tried to explain something and had people misunderstand it. Up here, have you? No, nothing.
Never happened. I've been doing this a long time. Never.
This week, nothing.
Yeah.
Really.
The next one was about the issue of site-specific and 30-day requirement.
Totally.
So this is also a little bit complicated, but I'm going to start out with, this is a request that this was in our previous policy that we didn't propose changing. Well, actually, we did propose changing it, and our Department of Drinking Water asked us to go back to the 30 days to provide consistency for new projects, that they would meet that 30-day time frame of flow in groundwater. So it's about where you put a monitoring well to sample the soil aquifer treatment portion of a recharge project. And the regulations that DDW has gives a wide range from 2 weeks to 6 months. They asked us to retain the 30 days. That reflects more recent discussions by the scientific panel for CECs, and it is a good consistent number, and they asked us to keep it. That's really why we are proposing to keep it. Existing systems that already are in place and have their monitoring are not affected by it. It would be for new systems going in, and so we're not proposing a change onto that.
Thank you.
And I believe that I'm passing this one on to Claire to do the last one about the reporting. And I think she has another item to read in also.
Okay, so we were just having final discussion on this. We're proposing one addition in response to adding duplication. It would go into the therefore
yeah,
be
that
it
point. I forgot about that part.
resolved. We didn't. Therefore be it resolved that the State Water Board number 6, I won't read the whole thing, but it would add supersede existing, this isn't what's added, this is existing text. Supersede existing reporting requirements for recycled water to the extent of any conflict. The addition is or duplication, comma, wherever possible. So that would, the intent is to eliminate duplicative reporting. And then we have one final cleanup that we caught this morning in response to the change sheets number 1 and number 2. It's a harmonizing or consistency change that we're proposing to add to the staff report so that it's reflected, the changes we are proposing in change sheets 1 and number 2 are captured in the staff report. So we're proposing to add to section 4.14.4 under laboratory selection and demonstrations of competency. The sentence currently reads, CEC monitoring should be done by laboratories with ELAP accreditation for a similar analytical method, instrumentation, or analyte until ELAP accreditation becomes available, comma, and the addition is unless otherwise approved for bioanalytical tools, since ELAP does not currently accredit for analyses similar to bioanalytical screening tools. So it's a conforming change.
And finally, one last suggestion, a late change to change sheet 1. On page 1 in the definition of wastewater treatment plant, we have new language below subsection C, and I think it's a little misleading.
Did you that on in change sheet 1?
Change sheet 1 on page 1, the definition of wastewater treatment plant.
Got it.
There's new language below subparagraph C that makes it appear to modify just subsection C, and we intended that it would modify A, B, and C. So I'm suggesting insert a space and move the indent a little bit to the left.
And then I just, Patrick brought to my attention that one of the reasons why the 2 permit issue needs to continue to be looked at is that some of the small communities have an existing 1 permit, and they really should have 2 permits, but there's a fee issue associated with having more fees. And so we will need to be digging deeper into that issue when we go.
Figure out if you can figure out how to work it out. Okay. Good. All right. Other questions? Comments? I'm just looking to the side first because I tend to look to the left first for some reason.
Just to thank staff again. Obviously there's been a tremendous amount of feedback and hours put into the proposal before it even came to us, as evidenced by what are really minor changes at this point on the proposal side. So I just want to thank staff and again express my interest on the reporting and thank staff as well for their responsiveness around making sure that the reporting requirements aren't duplicative, that we are, making use of the data, making sure it's published and pushed back out. I know it's part of a larger conversation that, our open data resolution sort of pushes us toward, which is again thinking pretty holistically about our data enterprise, where data, where reporting is coming into us, where does it go, how does it get back out, and really thinking strategically and holistically, because I think we have to keep. We keep the faith of the public by making sure that we demonstrate that sort of thinking on our part, where we can, reducing burdens and duplicative reporting, and again, making sure that that data is turned into information and then turned into this feedback loop where we're making better decisions off of better information, and our policies then can reflect it. So just want to thank staff again, and I'm interested as you start to stand up that system, how it relates to then our other data systems and other, reporting sort of projects that we have on the books. But just want to thank staff by and large, and really don't have anything further to add. And that the goal, we should have it framed somewhere, because I don't think anywhere have we had, and because a lot of discussion predated even this, this moment here where we try to further refine that language. And I know it's been a bit of a sticking point, so I'm glad we got to a point where Bobby and Sean got to walk down the aisle together and come before us, and yeah. So just thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just add my thanks to everyone, and I shall say I'll miss having numerous meetings with Ms. West in my office regarding this amendment, but congratulations to staff on your excellent work, and I'm happy to move for adoption of this item with change sheets 1 and 2, and summary of changes to attachment A, and what just been recently read into the record.
Can I help clarify the motion just so that it's clear? Because I know there was a lot of reading that went on. So based on what I just heard from Ms. Doduk, the motion would be to approve the staff proposal with change sheet 1, including the change on page 1 in the tabulation of the consistency paragraph that Tim Regan read into the record. It would also include change sheet 2. The language amending the narrative goal 3.1.2 that John Bishop read into the record, the language amending section 7.3.2 in the anti-degradation issue that I read into the record. Continuing on, the amendment to resolved paragraph 6 that was read into the record by Claire. The addition to section 4.4.14.4 of the staff report, which was just conforming the staff report to the change sheets with respect to ELAP, and I believe that is all the elements of the change sheet in there, or the changes, and therefore the motion.
Well said. Thank you, Mr. Laufer. Oh, Ms. Larson?
And it should be clear that Mr. Bishop's reading into the record actually includes the fix with municipal springing back in, even though it had been deleted in the November 15th draft. So it's the language to narrative goal 3.1.2 without the reference to municipal.
You don't want to repeat all that?
Anything else to add other than? Don't you like when you get to a second? It's better.
I just want to say that, well, a little bit over a week ago, I was actually working in the Division of Water Rights as staff for the State Water Resources Control Board, and I had the honor of working through some of these issues on the wastewater change petitions, and I know it's a real challenge to try and navigate that balance of wanting to support and, in some cases, maximize recycled water use wherever possible, while always also having to be cognizant of the beneficial uses and needs for the streams that in some areas are really diminishing. And so being able to support that going forward, I think is why Water Code Section 1211 exists in large part. I think some of the changes will help streamline that process going forward, and hope that it helps support a good, productive, ongoing dialogue with parties into the future.
Here we are. That was well said. All right, I have a motion and a second. I obviously add my thanks to all again, and it's fun to sort of work through it with everyone. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, carries. Thanks for all the great work. Yay, everyone. Appreciate the attention. I really look forward to getting that information and then having the next set of conversations down the road, though.
And I think Charlotte in particular will be happy to not have me nag you every month or so. Where is that data? How much recycling water have we done?
All right, we'll let the room clear out, so maybe 5 minutes. I don't know. Did we, sorry.
I know, but I'm trying to try and get their attention, but they're chatting. There are, just so you know, before the staff from the San Francisco board get started, that we do not have any comments on this. And so you may or may not want to have it.
Hi. Welcome. Since you're going to have nice pictures, and this is like one of the best parts of the world out here in California, why don't you give a, we could just move and let you all go home because there's nobody here, but I think maybe if you can give an abbreviated presentation, because this took a lot of work to get to, a lot of thoughtful work, so.
How long is it now?
It's about 7 minutes. I have 7 slides in 7 minutes.
7 minutes would be good. It'd be really good if we had some Doherty's artichoke soup to go with it, but I guess we don't. I know some people prefer the pie. I go for the artichoke soup. So.
And while I agree, it is a wonderful part of the state. I don't know about best, as a resident in Southern California, or grew up in Southern California. Southern California has some amazing spots too.
They do. There are a lot of them all over the place, but they don't have that artichoke soup.
True. We have date shakes in the Coachella Valley.
I can see, yeah, there are plenty of things that are good. No, but it's just such a unique place. Sorry. Mix of things. Yeah, no, I love going there, so. Sorry. We digress because we were just working so hard in the last session. So you guys will be the recipients of us now being goofy. I apologize.
Could I start?
Yeah, please do.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. I'm Jim Ponton, Acting Division Chief for the Plan Division of Region 2. I'm joined here today by Senior Scientist Jan O'Hara, Staff Engineer Setnai Boskurt Frucht, and our attorney Marnie Aiello, to present on item 8, a consideration of a proposed resolution approving a basin plan amendment for the San Francisco Bay Basin to establish a TMDL, total maximum daily load, for sediment in the Pescadero-Butano watershed, and to consider an EO correction, which corrected a couple of non-substantive typos. While this item was contested at the regional level, I feel like we've worked through all of our issues, and we are here today with an uncontested item. And with that, I'll turn it over to Setnai.
And members of the board, I'm Setnai. I'm an engineer with the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board. It's my pleasure here to be here today to present the Pescadero-Butano Watershed Sediment TMDL and Habitat Enhancement Plan. Do I move? Can you? Oh. Yep. Pescadero-Butano Watershed is located in coastal San Mateo County, 10 miles south of Half Moon Bay. Pescadero and Butano Creeks, shown here in blue, provide important habitat for steelhead trout and coho salmon, and the watershed is home to many special status species, including red-legged frog, San Francisco garter snake, and marbled murrelet. The creeks are impaired by excess fine sediment in channels, which contributed to significant declines in salmonid populations in the last century. Besides sediment impairment, the most significant causes contributing to declining salmonid populations are channel incision, floodplain disconnection, and loss of habitat complexity. This TMDL addresses excess fine sediment in channels by calling for actions to reduce erosion and sediment delivery to channels. However, TMDL implementation alone will not be sufficient to protect, restore, or enhance the water quality in the watershed. A collaborative restoration approach through voluntary or publicly funded actions is needed to increase habitat complexity, to address channel erosion, and to connect the channels to their floodplains. These actions are outlined in the Habitat Enhancement Plan that is part of the TMDL. The Basin Plan Amendment and the Habitat Enhancement Plan addresses 3 problems contributing to the decline of salmon and steelhead in the Pescadero and Butano Creeks and their tributaries. First, there's too much sand in the streambed. Second, most channels are no longer connected to their floodplains. And third, there's a lack of large woody debris in the channels. All of these features contribute to properly functioning habitat for fish. To develop the TMDL, we needed to characterize and quantify the sediment impairment and compare the present-day sediment supply to natural background supply. For this, we use our understanding of historical landscapes as the best evidence for what worked in the past to form healthy, resilient landscapes. Historically, before European settlement of the watershed, Pescadero and Butano Creeks featured wide alluvial valleys and lowland floodplains that functioned as wet meadows. The channels were unconfined and connected to their floodplains. These large floodplains, which occupied all the lowland valleys shown here in light blue, functioned like a sponge, storing water and sediment during high flows, and then slowly releasing water to downstream reaches, recharging groundwater. The majority of sediment, especially sand-sized and coarser particles, were deposited on these floodplains. Starting in 1850s, watershed land use changes such as logging, intense agricultural and grazing practices, roads, channelization, and wood removal significantly altered the physical landscape. Currently, sediment supply to the channels is more than twice the natural background rates due to hill slope and channel erosion. The land use changes have also resulted in deep incision of the creeks and disconnected the channels from their floodplains. Loss of sediment storage in this lowland valley is a significant factor in changing these lowland channels, which naturally stored sediment, into sediment sources. We have established the sediment TMDL at approximately 125% of natural background, which is consistent with other sediment TMDLs established in our region, such as the Lagunitas or Napa sediment TMDLs. To achieve the TMDL sediment delivery from roads, incision, gullies, and landslides must be reduced by about 80%. The time frame for achievement is 20 years. The implementation plan calls for both required and recommended actions. First and foremost, the TMDL calls for control of sediment delivery from roads for all land uses throughout the watershed. It calls for best management practices to prevent additional gully and landslide erosion and to address surface erosion. The TMDL recommends floodplain restoration projects along lowland creeks, and it also recommends a targeted program of construction of large wooded debris jams to store sediment and enhance habitat in reaches where jams wouldn't threaten homes or infrastructure located close to the creeks. We received 2 comment letters during the public process. One by San Mateo County Resource Conservation District and another by San Mateo County Public Works. Both entities indicated their support for the TMDL goals. The RCD stated a need for additional staff resources to support timely implementation of the TMDL. In response, we highlight that Pescadero-Butano watershed will continue to be a priority watershed, and staff will continue to allocate resources to support timely implementation and to coordinate with the RCD. The county described its stream maintenance program under development and stated that it aligns with the TMDL. Stream maintenance program is for routine maintenance activities and does not yet clearly address needed actions, such as how the county will repair and retrofit stream crossings and schedule its activities to meet the road performance standards included in the TMDL. We will continue working with the county to develop their program to ensure that stream maintenance activities effectively meet the TMDL goals and are protective of water quality. In conclusion, our recommendation is the approval of the Basin Plan Amendment adopted under Regional Water Board Resolution 2018-0027 with EO correction and directs staff to submit to OAL and US EPA for approval. As we look at a beautiful picture of downtown Pescadero, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I was just pointing out where Duarte's was, sorry. I have certain expertise. It's not very highbrow. Great. Questions? This looks pretty cool. Was fun to work on?
Very. I've enjoyed it.
In the background, too. Good. All right. Are there any questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Move adoption.
Second?
Motion and a second, a historic second. And just thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Go. It carries. Thanks for coming down and thanks for waiting with us and all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Work.
Next time, please bring artichokes.
Yes.
Or a nice stuffed artichoke. I do like a nice stuffed artichoke.
No, I mean, next time I go, I'm just going to look differently at the watershed. I'll have to ask these guys where to drive.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we're moving to item number 9. Thank you for scheduling this. Just since we spent so much time on the permit, it's neat to hear an update.
We had committed to doing this when we adopted the
Well,
permit.
you're just demonstrating that you do remember what we ask you to do and that it just ends up magically appearing because you must have it all on a calendar.
Oh, this actually, I guess, advances the slides, huh?
Hi, afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. My name is Amy Cronson. I am an acting senior environmental scientist in the Municipal Stormwater Permitting Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the TMDL progress report developed by Caltrans today. Here up with me, I have Tom Rutch from Caltrans on my right. On my left, Bhaskar Joshi, from Caltrans. Laura Larson, who's a consultant working with Caltrans, and then the section chief in the Division of Water Quality, Diana Messina. The purpose of this presentation is to update you on the Caltrans' ongoing efforts to improve water quality within their local municipality right-of-way. The presentation will summarize the work that's been accomplished over the past 5 years for compliance and future goals that they have to comply with the TMDL provisions of their statewide municipal stormwater permit. They are here to present their experience with implementing the TMDL provisions of the statewide MS4 permit. And at the end of the presentation, I'll outline areas where State Board staff will continue to work with Caltrans. We're committed to working with them on compliance throughout this permit and the reissuance of the Caltrans MS4 permit. Our objectives include summarizing the Caltrans TMDL compliance over the past 5 years, the results, and the overview of the TMDL progress report that they submitted in January of 2018. In September of 2012, the statewide permit was reissued for Caltrans. And in May of 2014, the permit was amended to include TMDL implementation requirements. The amendment also requires compliance with 84 TMDLs and their waste load allocations by 2034. The permit requires the progress report to be presented directly to the State Water Board, which is why we're here today. So it's a provision of the permit that Caltrans make this presentation. Caltrans statewide NPDES municipal stormwater permit requires that the TMDL progress report be completed by January 1st, 2018. They met this deadline and submitted the TMDL progress report as an attachment to the report of waste discharge. This presentation will discuss the effectiveness of installed control measures, adequacy of control measures to meet wasteload allocations, and further proposed control measures. The statewide municipal stormwater permit for Caltrans requires that they present to you today the following: a summary of the effectiveness of the control measures installed for each reach, whether control measures have been or will be sufficient to achieve wasteload allocations and other performance standards by compliance deadlines, a proposal for the improved control measures to address relevant pollutants where the control measures are determined not to be sufficient, a summary of the estimated amount of pollutants that were prevented from entering the receiving waters, and finally, an analysis demonstrating that the level of effort during the present permit cycle will be sufficient to achieve wasteload allocations and other performance standards for all TMDLs listed in Table 4.2 by 2034. The analysis must utilize monitoring data if available, pertinent analytical tools, including modeling where appropriate, and provide a reasonable assurance that applicable wasteload allocations and performance criteria will be met. At this point, I'll introduce Tom Rutch from Caltrans. He's a supervising transportation engineer in the Division of Environmental Analysis, and he will be discussing Caltrans' TMDL progress report and the status of TMDL compliance efforts.
Thank you, Amy. Chair Marcus and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present on our TMDL progress report and our efforts on TMDL compliance. Caltrans NPDES permit attachment 4 identifies the requirements for the TMDLs. The NPDES permit was adopted in 2012, and attachment 4 was amended in 2014. Attachment 4 of the Caltrans NPDES permit identifies the 84 TMDLs where Caltrans must achieve compliance through adoption of best management practices. These TMDLs are categorized within the 8 pollutant categories shown here. The monitoring requirements for each TMDL are also described in the report and in attachment 4. In addition to best management practice, some of the TMDLs have specific requirements for compliance, such as task force collaboration in the Lake Elsinore Canyon Lake Nutrients TMDL. As required by attachment 4 of the permit, reaches within each TMDL were identified and prioritized for implementation of best management practices, or BMPs. Each of the 84 TMDLs were analyzed, and fact sheets were describing the TMDLs, and efforts and progress towards achieving the waste load allocations were provided in an appendix of the report. The TMDL progress report also documented the TMDL monitoring activities that were conducted, the TMDL compliance measures implemented, TMDL compliance in each pollutant category, and a summary of the compliance activities for those TMDLs with specific implementation requirements. Caltrans receives 1 compliance unit for each acre of tributary area that is treated through implementation of BMPs within Caltrans right-of-way and in TMDL watersheds. This may either be achieved through standalone BMP implementation or treatment beyond the post-construction treatment requirements. The permit requires Caltrans to achieve 1,650 compliance units per year. Caltrans has several control measures to achieve compliance units, such as those shown in this diagram. These photos show typical treatment BMPs that have been constructed in Southern California. Caltrans has a rigorous process for evaluating the effectiveness of treatment control measures before they're added to our list of approved BMPs. A BMP must be on the approved list before it can be included in our plans and constructed. In addition to BMPs, Caltrans coordinates with local municipalities who have similar requirements in the same watershed to develop and fund regional water treatment projects. The rest of the items in this list play a role in achieving compliance units as well. Here's a list of BMPs that are generally used within Caltrans right-of-way. And the map shows the constructed and proposed BMPs implemented by Caltrans statewide. Caltrans water quality improvement efforts are ongoing and continue to expand throughout California. through the installation of treatment BMPs within TMDL and non-TMDL watersheds.
I guarantee you that all of us point them out and wave as well.
Right. Caltrans has analyzed and continues to monitor and assess treatment BMPs that could be implemented within our right-of-way through pilot studies. These photos show various pilot studies that we are conducting or have conducted. Caltrans also continues to analyze existing approved BMPs for effectiveness at removing pollutants. Caltrans has done a thorough analysis of its highway runoff and effectiveness of BMPs installed throughout our right-of-way to reduce pollutant concentrations, and we use these results to determine load reductions within these TMDL watersheds. Here's a comparison of major urbanized districts, District 4 in San Francisco Bay Area and District 7 in the LA region. The constructed or proposed BMPs are shown on the maps. Most of the BMPs treat multiple TMDLs. We have numerous projects programmed to install structural BMPs for the benefit of water quality both within TMDL and non-TMDL watersheds. Here's an example of one of the TMDLs in the Los Angeles area. It's the Los Angeles River Metals TMDL. Gives you an idea of the compliance status. The progress report has summaries similar to this for all 84 TMDLs, which include specific information regarding the number of BMPs implemented, load removed, and other control measures implemented within the watershed. As you can see, Caltrans has constructed over 1,000 BMPs, treating over 2,600 acres of Caltrans and local municipality of Caltrans right-of-way in the LA River area. In addition, Caltrans participates in and funds cooperative projects with local agencies in order to further mitigate the discharge of metals in the watershed. Specifically, we've funded the $28 million Long Beach Municipal Urban Stormwater Treatment Project. Caltrans has also established a program to inspect all roadside slopes for erosion on a 5-year cycle. Road segments identified as prone to erosion and sediment discharge are prioritized for stabilization. For road segments that are located in sensitive watersheds, where there is an existing or potential threat to water quality, or areas prone to major erosion, slope stabilization projects are prioritized. Caltrans implements control measures to prevent or minimize sediment discharge by protecting hillsides, intercepting and filtering runoff, avoiding concentrated flows in natural channels and drains, and not modifying natural runoff patterns. For this watershed, Caltrans is in compliance with metals waste load allocations for dry weather, since Caltrans does not contribute any dry weather discharges from our right-of-way. Caltrans is in compliance with copper and lead, but not in compliance with zinc waste load allocations for wet weather. However, Caltrans is making progress to obtaining compliance. Caltrans continues to implement appropriate control measures to reduce the discharge of dissolved fraction metals to prevent contaminated runoff from reaching receiving waters. Wet weather compliance is expected to be achieved by 2034 as required by the permit. This table shown here is the number of TMDLs in compliance by pollutant category, which was presented in the TMDL status or progress report. Caltrans has been implementing BMP since TMDL adoption and even prior to the conformed NPDES permits identification of TMDL requirements. Caltrans implements BMPs within the allocation of its fiscal resources and the mandated project planning and delivery process. Caltrans approved treatment BMPs and source control activities are sufficient to address pollutant categories. Caltrans continuously looks to improve our control measures. Caltrans is testing gross solid removal devices and biofiltration swales to determine if they can be retrofitted with an amendment such as biochar. This will allow us to treat additional pollutants. We're also looking into alternative media filters and additional treatment, trash treatment devices. Caltrans is also implementing BMPs above and beyond post-construction treatment requirements. We are also continually looking for opportunities throughout the state to partner with other local MS4s in TMDL watersheds to develop and fund water quality improvement projects to help achieve waste load allocations. Additionally, Caltrans plans to continue to fund a public awareness campaign to educate the public on how to prevent highway pollution. This table quantifies the effectiveness as percent concentration reduction of copper, lead, and zinc for the treatment BMPs shown. We do this for all of the primary pollutants in our runoff.
Could you go back to that chart? Because you had indicated earlier that, you're not in compliance with zinc. So what is it about zinc that's more challenging? And this chart, maybe doesn't answer that question.
Or can answer that.
So certain zinc TMDLs have, specifically was the LA River, the concentration that's set for that river is much lower than what can be attained, say, within the Austin sand filter. If you look at BMP effectiveness through percent reduction can be a bit misleading. If you have a very clean water going into a treatment BMP and you get clean water coming out, you might not see a high removal efficiency, but if the water is very dirty, you'll see a much higher BMP effectiveness. And so I like to look at the Austin sand filters. They export a fairly consistent concentration of zinc, no matter what concentration is coming in from the highway runoff. And in the case of the LA River watershed, the sand filter just can't get that concentration down low enough to meet the requirements of that TMDL. But I know there are other activities going on within the watershed for perhaps a water effects ratio or something that might change that for zinc.
And we continue to look for opportunities to infiltrate our runoff as the most effective treatment. It's just that it's challenging in our highway and our narrow right-of-way and highway environment.
As I understand it, most of the contamination from zinc is coming from car tires and
yes, it's primarily from the rubber on car tires.
And I know, I guess there were some perhaps discussions going on with tire manufacturers about maybe trying to address it from that point as opposed to, trying to address it with BMPs.
Right.
But I don't.
The zinc is used in the vulcanization process, and tire manufacturers have been using it for years, and they are very reluctant to want to change that process. So there is some efforts in California to pressure the tire manufacturers to come up with an alternative, but that's still in the early development stages.
Thank you. That's helpful.
This chart here shows the total right-of-way acres Caltrans has treated for the top 3 pollutant categories. An additional 20,000 acres of Caltrans and local right-of-way has been treated through Caltrans-funded cooperative implementation agreements as well. Caltrans has indicated in its TMDL progress report that based on the State Board staff's analysis, approximately 25% of the TMDLs are in compliance. Caltrans is working closely with State Board staff to provide additional information to determine compliance for the remaining watersheds.
So State Board staff reviewed the information in Caltrans submitted in the TMDL progress report, and we put it into 4 categories, which you see on your screen there. Assessment of compliance with the waste load allocations is complete. Additional control measures needed for waste load allocation compliance. Request additional information to determine compliance. And in that category where we're looking for more data that's already collected that maybe we don't have, more information on how their determination of compliance was reached. And then the 4th category, further assessment of compliance with waste load allocation necessary. And so from the State Board staff perspective, we're just looking forward to working with Caltrans on making these 4 categories come together and continuing to reach compliance with our permit and then also with the reissued permit when that comes out.
The Caltrans conformed NTPS permit with attachment for the TMDL requirements was fully adopted in 2015. Caltrans has been implementing water quality improvement projects since the TMDLs were developed. Per State Board staff assessment, Caltrans has achieved compliance for 24 TMDLs in 5 years, or 28%, which is on target to achieve full compliance with all 84 TMDLs by 2034. A majority of the proposed implementation activities Caltrans will implement in the future will include BMPs, Caltrans-funded cooperative projects with local municipalities, and source control projects. Based on the water body prioritization that was agreed upon, we have focused our efforts to address high-priority watersheds. In addition, we continue to collaborate with local agencies on Caltrans-funded cooperative projects. We are coordinating with the regional boards, regional priorities in the North Coast, Central Valley, and San Francisco Bay regions. As Amy mentioned, we have 4 categories of TMDL compliance, waste load allocation compliance, and I'll go through those. 24 watersheds shown in the table are a portion of the TMDLs that Caltrans identified as in compliance and have been verified by the Water Board staff. Caltrans will continue these efforts to implement sufficient BMPs in these watersheds where feasible. The watersheds shown in this table are those that Caltrans has determined that the waste load allocations are unattainable with the BMPs implemented. It was determined that the number of Caltrans BMPs implemented will not be adequate to achieve the waste load allocation.
And
yeah, go ahead.
And State Board staff will continue to collaborate with Caltrans on these waste load allocations to plan for and implement BMPs and control measures to meet them in the future.
Is there a short answer to why they're all in Region 4?
It's just, well, maybe Laura would be the best to answer that.
I'd say it's more having to do with the TMDL pollutants. It's a majority of them are the trash TMDLs within the LA region, which can be difficult to meet, and also the bacteria is another one where it's challenging.
But Caltrans plans to continue implementing BMPs in these watersheds, including the cooperative agreements projects with local agencies.
Could you talk a little more about source control?
Source control typically what we do is we have a program to inspect slopes on a 5-year schedule. So all slopes within our right-of-way are inspected. And as I mentioned in a previous slide, when they were determined to be unstable, they're prioritized for remediation, either through our maintenance forces if it's a smaller project, or if it is a larger erosion issue, then either our maintenance engineering staff or design staff will initiate a project to stabilize those slopes permanently. The 18 TMDLs shown in this table are those that the State Board staff will work with Caltrans to determine additional implementation measures to achieve the waste load allocations. State Board staff cited the need for additional BMPs and other improvements to achieve compliance. Caltrans is working with State Board staff in identifying improvements to achieve compliance. Additionally, Caltrans is implementing focused monitoring efforts approved by State Board staff to assess additional control measures needed. The table on this slide shows 31 of the TMDL watersheds where the State Board staff has requested additional information from Caltrans to determine compliance. Caltrans has initiated additional monitoring to assess control measures needed at Bayona Creek, Legg Lake, Echo Park Lake, Puttington Stone Reservoir, and Lost River. Caltrans is also participating in the Cayugas Creek Cooperative Monitoring Program. For the sediment-related TMDLs, we are coordinating with the North Coast Region Board staff on a cooperative monitoring program that would achieve compliance. Caltrans is working very closely with regional board staff and State Board staff to identify water body priorities and pursue a focused effort on those watersheds. San Francisco Bay region is an example where we are focusing on trash reduction, as other TMDLs have a low concentration in Caltrans right-of-way.
And State Board staff, just to echo that, is collaborating both with Caltrans and Regional Water Board staff to make sure that their path forward is working for each region and their priorities, as Tom mentioned.
One of the things I liked about this permit in the first place, and I know John spent many hours and the team, is coming up with the prioritization process, which I think is great.
An example of our other efforts to attain compliance is fish passage remediation. Caltrans has remediated 10 fish passage projects within TMDL watersheds. These projects are located in the North Coast, Central Valley, Central Coast, and San Francisco Bay regions. As of October 2018, there are over 20 active fish passage remediation locations programmed, and an additional 32 priority fish passage barrier locations are planning to be programmed. We are making progress in this area and plan to complete the projects that have been programmed, as well as those that are still need to be programmed. All projects provide a water quality benefit, typically through providing more natural stream configuration and stabilizing stream bed, bank, and soil sediment transport. Caltrans has partnered with local agencies to fund water quality improvement projects in TMDL watersheds. 7 projects were listed in the TMDL project report. One in the San Francisco Bay area, that was City of Richmond, and the rest were located in the Los Angeles region. The projects treat over 20,000 acres of both Caltrans right-of-way and local municipality drainage areas. The photos show 2 of the large-scale dry and wet weather Caltrans-funded water treatment facilities constructed in the Los Angeles region. The top one is the City of Signal Hill project, underground storage and treatment facility. And also the bottom one is the City of Lakewood, is also an underground storage treatment infiltration under Boulevard Park. We also continue to explore partnership opportunities with local agencies, and several additional cooperative agreements have been executed or are currently being developed. In summary, we will continue to make progress on achieving full compliance with all 84 TMDLs. We will continue to work collaboratively with state and regional board staff on TMDL compliance.
And for the categories where the assessment is not complete by the state board staff, we'll continue to work with Caltrans on achieving the waste load allocations and future implementation, as well as solutions including regional monitoring, continued monitoring, reassessment of TMDLs, structural BMPs, and alternative solutions for the trash and bacteria waste load allocations that they mentioned before.
Ask a question, and you can either go back to the slide 24, just so that I get these different categories. So where it says, you've got, starting on 22, you have where we agree there's compliance. Then you've got category 2, where we agree you can't get there from here based on what? Based on everything else happening in the watershed, based on?
So it's not necessarily that we agree or disagree with Caltrans. For category 2, we saw that they had issues reaching those waste load allocations, and we agreed with them that they had issues reaching those waste load allocations. And so we'll continue to work with them.
To figure out whether the allocation was correct now that you're out figuring it out, or
no,
it's they could do?
It's that they have to do more than what they proposed.
I just couldn't tell that from the, because unattainable seems like you're saying we've got to change it. Okay. And how about category 3, where we disagree? That's where you're just saying that you have a disagreement over whether.
So
this would be the biggest difference in the pie charts.
Yeah, and the language has changed a little bit from what you're reading to what's on the screen now. And it's just that
I'm reading the old version of
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was a last minute language change. It's just that we need further assessment of their compliance with those waste load allocations.
So you're not quite done. Go back to 2. All right, you did change these titles, so you
Yeah.
don't know yet, is what you're saying now.
Yeah, we need further assessment of their compliance for category 3, and for category 2, it's where we've told them they need additional control measures.
All right, so this is a work in progress, all right? Yes. And then category 4 is, what does category 4 say? Additional information, all right. So then in this is an update, but you still need, there's still stuff you need to do to be able to report to us where you think it actually is at this point. Clearly, a lot of stuff has been done. That's
Right,
good,
and-
but the question of whether it adds up to what it needs to add up to is something you still have to work on.
Yeah, and this is a progress report, so it's implementation over a long period of time until 2034. And so we got their progress report in January, and my staff looked at it and came up with these 4 categories of where they think Caltrans is at compared to the progress report and how we're going to move forward to meet that compliance deadline.
All right, and the timeline, we have progress reports, but the timeline in the permit can't be nothing till 2034. It's got to be
No, there are different.
progress. I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah.
So the way that we did it with Caltrans is that we said, we're going to, since you have TMDLs all over the state and they all have different timelines, what we're going to do is work on a prioritization with the regional boards on which ones to attack first. And we didn't put in each individual TMDL compliance date because that was overwhelming, to be blunt. And so that's the approach, is that they've got a 2034 compliance for all, but they have prioritization to come in. So we have, I can't remember what the number is right now, 24 that have reached their compliance by now. And those are they did it by priority. So that's the way it goes.
And then there are the other chunks where you need to evaluate where it is, and you all are talking with each other. But at a certain point, you evaluate how well they're doing along the path to 2034.
Right, and that's what we're doing right now. And so that we know, another way to say it is of there's 24 that we know that they're in compliance. There is another group where they are not in compliance, and they're not going to be in compliance unless they do more than what they proposed. And then there's there is a group that where we have to work with them because they think they're going to be in compliance. We don't think they're going to be in compliance. There's a disagreement. And then there's the last group, which is there's just not enough information to determine how well they're doing. And so that's essentially categorizing them into groups to move towards compliance along a continuum.
Right, no, that's logical. What's the timeline for resolving the things on these pages in these categories?
Well, there really isn't one in the permit, but we're working with them on it. We'll probably have to do some revisions. We are going to have to do some revisions to this whole approach a little bit when we readopt. This is all based also on a compliance units approach, and we have to deal with the efficacy of that approach. We weren't quite on the right mark on how much they needed to do, and so we're going to have to look at that when we redo it. So we'll continue to have reevaluations built into the permit. I don't really want to get too prescriptive in individual TMDLs because of the nature of needing to. I'll use an example. For the next few years, we've agreed with Caltrans that their priority needs to be addressing trash in the Bay Area because of to keep them in line with the municipalities there. So they'll be using a significant amount of their resource for TMDL compliance in the Bay Area for a few years. So their priorities are going to shift a little bit. But we agreed with them in talking that made sense. So.
Yeah, in addition to talking to the region. So then the permit reissuance is up in 2020.
I am pushing very hard. It's already due at this point, and so we're pushing to get it readopted 2020.
Jonathan, it might be helpful. I know So it's a general, what, 1,600 acres a year or so is the target for, the BMPs and the work. And this is maybe probably best for Caltrans, but where are we in meeting, I guess, that 1,600 insofar as perhaps a reevaluation needing to happen? Have we been meeting that target or kind of probably going in
The
between? I imagine?
1650 has been a real challenge for us. So we've been a little bit short the last couple of years, and so, but we're working on trying to find more opportunities to, especially because our right-of-way is limited. Sometimes we just don't have an opportunity to treat each outfall. So we're hoping to get more projects with local municipalities, partnering with local municipalities to treat some more of our right-of-way. Some of our outfalls, discharge into their MS4, so it's like we can't even put a BMP on it. We're going to have to just, hopefully we try to outreach every time we have an opportunity with the local municipalities, and hopefully they'll start to come on board, especially with the trash amendments where we have more opportunities.
Thank you. And just really quick, besides this 2017 report, is there anything structured at this point as to future reports and engagement, or is it kind of we're here and then, I guess I'm just trying to think when the next update is, I guess, on these, some of these issues. knowing that
I believe that that we built in one assessment of the TMDL compliance at the 2018 timeframe because we were coming close to reissuing of the permit, so that we would have something to work with for the reissuance of the permit. My expectation is that we will do another one of these kind of things in the next permit. They do report annually on their progress to staff. We just didn't think it was necessary or appropriate to bring it to the board every year.
That's fair. Thank you.
So when might we get an update as you evolve the things in these various categories? I do think it's helpful to have the update, and it is a huge set of effort. I mean, I think we've made a lot of progress, but I'm not sure how to evaluate kind of where we are and what we need to think about. And what I'm hearing from you is you are all in the process of that. I think we probably need some sort of an update sooner than later before you head towards the permit, thinking about permit reissuance, so we can have a sense of how well it's actually working and how it may need to be changed, adapted.
So I would like to spend a little bit of time with the staff figuring out what the outstanding information is and when we could expect it before I commit to a time. But what we'll commit to is to have an update of this before we release a draft permit, so that you can, far enough in advance so that any changes we needed to make addressing this portion of the permit can be incorporated when we're drafting it.
Yeah, and so that we have enough time and others to give input into how to shape the next permit. Because this was, I won't say it's an experiment, it was a creative way to approach, and as you say, an overwhelming, whoever said overwhelming, correct, an overwhelming, and in a way that gave you a methodology and stuff, and the incentive to be partners with other groups in a broader, had a lot of innovative stuff in it, but without knowing how well it's actually going yet, it's hard for me to, or anybody to gauge. So I think the idea of it is good, but I think we'll need where you all end up is going to be important for all of us to be able to give input. So.
Yes. So we will plan on doing that. I will say that I'm happy to see the large number of BMPs that have gone into play. I was concerned early on because it takes a while to get ramped up and get things going. And so the first couple of years, it seemed like this experiment wasn't going anywhere, but I'm pleasantly surprised at the level of effort that has moved up in the last few years.
Yeah, it's cool. I want to hear about more of these projects. So I think I'll dive into the report a bit. It's sort of going to be inspiring because you can envision how it can make all of your projects an enhancement, but you have the same challenges of getting resources and getting projects done that everybody else does. But, you get stuff done.
All right, we're trying.
I know. You want to do stuff. It's part of their DNA, which I think is good. And to want to do stuff, including this, just means the stuff will lead the way for all kinds of other people and show what can be done, both visually and in terms of the results. And the visual is actually not to be underestimated in inspiring people to what can be done. So,
If I might, just
Please.
one thing that it'd be interesting to hear, given that so many of the ones that aren't going to be meeting the TMDLs are in the LA region and are associated with trash and everything, but with Measure W having been passed in the region there, what does that do, I guess, to your, I'm not too well versed in what exactly Measure W allows or doesn't allow for, but how might it be combined with, I guess, this ongoing work? It's just a curiosity of mine.
So I will jump in from a high-level picture. It means that there will be more money available for municipalities to do projects. I expect that means there will be more projects available to do jointly, which we think are from the state board's point of view, and Caltrans can answer for themselves, are the most efficient way for them to be addressing these issues. So I think it's a good thing, because these projects that's been happening now have had a hard time getting the local portion of the funding to do them. And so,
yeah, that's correct. With this additional funding that the local municipalities will have, they'll be more interested in partnering with us, we hope. And it's just a much more efficient way to do BMPs is on a region or a watershed basis instead of, our linear, we slice through all these watersheds. We have like 5% or less of a watershed, and we have to put a BMP at every outfall. Whereas, on a watershed basis, we can put one large BMP that treats, many of our outfalls. So that's what we're hoping for.
Good. Yeah, I remember when we were hoping for those. So that's right. I hadn't thought about how having the funding would hopefully unleash creativity and cool.
Yeah, and to the extent, and I'm sure the data's there and everything, but that can be kind of handed over, if you will, to folks that are starting to develop projects. But to the extent that you can identify specifically, okay, here are the resources, GIS-wise, here's where, there can be potential, I don't know, just to make that, I guess, process a little more programmatic as people start to identify projects so that they can already quickly kind of have a data source to account, okay, well, where are, the opportunities to collaborate with Caltrans, where don't they have acreage, but needing to put in a BMP, and how might it kind of fit in the watershed generally? And I know everything continues to kind of push toward, that sort of assessment and wide-eyed look at these things. But to the extent that, we can unearth this data and provide it in ways that allow for self-assessment or self-evaluation or identification of those opportunities, I think all the better.
Other questions, comments? Anything else you want to add? Or any of you want to add?
Thank you for the opportunity to listen to this informational item and for your great questions.
No, eager to hear more. It's pretty grand. It's a pretty grand effort. So.
We agree.
Thanks. Cool. Can somebody also give me a briefing on that Long Beach municipal program? Who would be the one? Can you all figure out who can come brief me on? Long Beach has this big
Long
push.
Beach must.
I've heard Long Beach talk about it at conferences a while ago, so I'd love an update. Because that's just a big focus one down in LA. It'd be good to know. I'm just curious. And you don't have to bring any garlic soup or anything when you come to it. Excellent. Thank you very much. Hello. Item number 10.
Item number 10.
Thank you all for all your hard work on this.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Welcome to new member McGuire. We are here today to present item number 10, the draft Water Board's tribal consultation policy. In the spirit and in light of what we'll be discussing today, we'd like to start this board item off by first acknowledging and honoring the tribes that are culturally affiliated with the land in which we are having this meeting today, the Nisenan, Maidu, Patwin, and Miwok. With me today to present is Angela Raby of the Office of Public Participation and Elizabeth Barrett of OCC, and I'm Gita Kapai, Director of the Office of Public Participation and Tribal Liaison to the Water Boards. Next slide, please. I've got that. Okay, so an overview. So we're going to go over the purpose of the Water Board's tribal consultation policy, the purpose of having a Water Board specific one, separate from the agency policy, an overview of the content of the policy itself, the outreach we've conducted, and a brief overview of the comments we've received. So a little bit of background. As a reference, in 2009, Cali, PA adopted its first tribal consultation policy to guide Cali, PA and its BDOs in working with California Native American tribes in a manner that is knowledgeable, sensitive, and respectful. Since then, in August of 2015, Secretary Rodriguez revised and updated the policy. The process included sending a letter to tribal leaders and environmental directors asking for comments and suggestions on the prior tribal policy to recommend what actions are needed to be considered to achieve the policy's guiding principles. Cali, PA further held listening sessions and worked with the Tribal Advisory Committee, its BDOs, and subsequently released the most recent Cali, PA tribal policy, which was in 2015. They've recently received a protocol document meant to provide additional guidance and tools for consultation. Our fellow BDOs are either in process of completing their own tribal policies. Air Board has recently had theirs signed by their director. The others are in various levels of review. So California has one of the largest populations of tribes in the United States. There are over 160 non-federally and federally recognized tribes. Our policy is to work with all tribes, and they represent distinct independent governmental entities. While these are not all consultations, these are some of the activities that staff has been involved with tribal engagement. Our waste discharge requirements, TMDLs, SIGMA, we've assisted the San Luis Rey tribes with some legislation, FERC relicensing, some of our statewide policies and plans, staff are understanding to come to us and say, hey, we're going to be working on the ocean plan. How do we do tribal engagement? What should we do early? We want to make sure that staff understands that this is not an afterthought, that early on in conversations that we must engage. Notably, our cannabis cultivation general order, there is a specific tribal section. They've undergone some recent revisions based on tribal comments, and it's a work in progress, and we're constantly learning. Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, we've provided opportunities for tribal governments to receive funding. And one of our more recent efforts is, now that we have beneficial uses defined, which are specific in our tribal consultation policy, those definitions are specific to the water boards, and part of that, tribes and staff are working together to determine how to implement these tribal beneficial uses in basin plan amendments. So the purpose of the water board's tribal consultation policy, some of the work that has gone before us, the governor's executive order B10-11 encouraged all state agencies, including the water boards, to communicate and consult with California Indian tribes and provide an opportunity for meaningful input into development of legislation, regulations, rules, and policies on matters that may impact tribal communities. Subsequent to that, Assembly Bill 52 revised California Environmental Quality Act by adding a new category of cultural resources and new requirements for consultation with California Native American tribes, both federally recognized and non-recognized, when we are a lead agency. Essentially, this policy serves as a guide for our staff statewide when engaging with tribes specifically on matters of consultations. It is commonly referred to as a little p policy, and no formal adoption is needed. This policy serves to affirm that the boards have a continued commitment to working with and building government-to-government relationships with tribes, and to consider tribes at the beginning, not as an afterthought. As we learn, we recognize that this document may need to be modified as needed in the future. So our big picture policy statement and what we hope to achieve with the policy is to develop effective communication with all California Native American tribes, to provide meaningful participation and input while developing or revising Water Board's regulations, rules, policies, programs, or plans that may impact tribes, and to continue our commitment to meaningful involvement with tribes by recognizing tribal culture, history, environmental, and water concerns. So separate from the CalPA policy, while the intent is similar to that, a few guiding principles have been added to the Water Board's specific tribal consultation policy, and these include our commitment to building, strengthening, and sustaining our government-to-government relationships, understanding and recognizing that no one tribe speaks for another, to communicate with tribes in a manner that is considerate and respectful, and to recognize and respect the cultural resources of tribes regardless of where they are located. So part of our policy includes an action plan, and we recognize that we need to provide training to Water Board staff on cultural competency to improve consultation efforts. We will be developing a supplemental guide for staff to assist in carrying out the consultation, similar to the protocol document that CalPA put together, but specific to the Water Boards. We will provide training to California Native American tribes on Water Board programs, permits, and policies. We'll assess their eligibility to access funding availability that we may have, provide consultation updates to tribal liaisons. So at the end of a consultation, one of the challenges we're finding is that there is one tribal liaison, and there are 9 regional boards, there's activities going on statewide. We just can't keep a handle on everything that's going on. We're afraid that there may be consultations occurring that we're not aware of. So to provide us with a little bit of relief, we are asking as part of this policy that we designate, that each region and division designates a tribal coordinator that works with us, that we will provide immediate training to, provide the resources, and they be the point person so that we can be more efficient in what we do. And so that right now we already have 3 people designated. We hope to get others by the end of the calendar year, and it'll be a point of contact for both tribes and for us in our office.
And you've done a number of that. Obviously, it needs to happen over and over again, but you've done trainings. I know I participate in trainings for tribes on what the Water Board does.
We have.
But we've done trainings for Water Board staff on cultural competency.
We have. And over the years, a lot of that has been done through CalPA, but we plan on working, and as Angela will point out, as some of the comments we received, tribes are willing to help and assist us with that training. We can't speak for them, and they best know how to teach us. So that is to come.
Yes, just please. One quick note on that, I do appreciate that, because I think there does need to be sort of a point person in each one of the regional boards that is tasked with being mindful about these issues. But I also understand we're understaffed in those regional boards as it is. And so I would just want to make note that I know it's been a priority of yours as well to get an actual office of public participation person with each one of those boards.
Yes.
And this is something that could then, perhaps be extended to that if if we ever are successful in getting that sort of support, because I think it's really, it's one of the critical things. And it's, it's in that person, although it says public participation and tribes see themselves as, their sovereign governments, et cetera. I think, if we just, it is, participation writ large, though, that, that sort of competency that position would bring. And so it's good, at least at this point, we're saying designate one person, but, really also trying to find additional resources to do not just the work in this context, but writ large, I think is going to be really helpful. So I
It
just
is
wanted to
my
make that-
goal.
So thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate the work you've
Thank
done
you.
on that, Gita.
Yes, I mean, early on when the office was established in 2007, this was one of the roles, but over time it has grown. It's a piece of me, but I have many hats, and it's just not sustainable. And over time, I anticipate just an exponential increase in the number of consultations that we do, the conversations we have. It's growing already, and we just can't handle it all. Other agencies that are similar to us have 10 people that just work on tribal affairs. So thank you. We did note in the document that in areas where there may be some dispute, so a dispute resolution basically. So during consultation, if someone representing the tribe feels that the intent of the policy is not being met, then the tribal liaison will work with appropriate water board staff and the tribe to resolve the issues as best as possible. And if the liaison is unable to resolve the issue, they may refer to the matter to the executive director or the regional executive officer. Next, I'll turn it over to Angela to discuss our outreach efforts.
Thanks, Gita. So our outreach and review process included having water board staff as well as the Cal EPA Assistant Secretary for EJ and Tribal Affairs, Yana Garcia, and Christina Sider of the Governor's Tribal Advisor review the policy.
Good.
Afterwards, we released the draft policy on October 15th for tribal and public review. We sent an individual addressed copy of the policy to all California Native American tribes, both federally recognized tribal chairs and environmental directors, and non-federally recognized chairs was sent out that same day. Subsequently, we had the opportunity to present at the US EPA Annual Tribal Conference and disseminate our policy to federally recognized tribes and other groups that have familiarity working with federal agencies, and presented at 4 staff-led workshops across the state. Our timeline for our outreach included a tribal and public comment period from October 15th through December 7th. Again, we were in San Francisco at the beginning of November where we presented the policy, the purpose, and why we were developing a water board specific policy separate from the Cal EPA policy, and answered any questions. Similarly, we've gone to Redding at our regional board office, Rincon Band of Luiseño Indians, Sacramento, we held a webcasted event, and we were lucky to go to Pechanga where they hosted us earlier this month. We've received 9 comments on the policy from the Tabatalabal Tribe, Calusa Indian Community Council, Cashel-Dehi Band of Winton Indians, Pinoleville Pomo Nation, Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, both their Tribal Historic Preservation Office and General Council, Colorado River Indian Tribes, Plumas Corporation, Pechanga Band of Luiseño Indians, and the City of San Diego. We've also received other correspondence not specifically related to the content of the policy, but we'll be working to answer their questions and concerns. So some of the comments, while certainly not all of them included here, but rather the general themes that we've noted, as Gita had mentioned, we've received interest from tribes to help us develop the training for our staff as well as the supplemental guide, as existing resources are out there. Further noted that the policy aligns well with the Cal EPA tribal consultation policy, and that is by design. We took the Cal EPA consultation policy and built upon it to be water board specific to our engagement with tribes. Further, it was noted that whether it's included in the policy or the supplemental guide to come, it should be addressed tribes that currently have land or historically are affiliated that span across multiple regional board boundaries. Further, additionally, worth noting, it was proposed that we should create an annual tribal affairs report that highlights the work that the regional boards do, included but not limited to grants and funding awarded to California Native American tribes, our outreach efforts, staff training, tribal training, and water-related policy or legislation that impacts California Native American tribes, and any other non-confidential activities or accomplishments by the boards and working with tribes. We've received a few comments on the definitions included in the policy, which include historic tribal territory, reservations, and tribal sovereignty. As we mentioned, in this policy is intended to guide our staff in engaging with tribes specifically for purposes of consultation. That may not be familiar with these terms, so our plan moving forward is to work with the people who submitted comments and hopefully come to a term and a definition that works for everybody and still provides guidance for staff. Another comment that we received is that true government-to-government consultation should include individuals at the decision-making level. While we recognize the importance of having decision makers in a consultation, we also recognize that we don't always have the capacity within the water boards to do so. So moving forward, our plan is to work with tribes on a consultation by consultation basis to ensure that we have the appropriate individuals in a consultation, and that all appropriate individuals are informed of the issues that are being discussed in each consultation.
One thing to think about, since I've been involved in a lot of them, in part because I had so much experience working with tribes and developing the EPA consultation and overall federal government consultation policies back in the 90s, is you could call on all of us. I know Joaquina spent some time on it and others, but you've got 5 of us. So use us, I would say.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, and I think there's certainly a distinction between, as a consultation, steps through the day-to-day sort of real work that is done by staff. And I mean, as much as we may seem like the ultimate decision makers, we depend greatly upon staff. So it's also then maybe identifying, a board member that can help track it, but, obviously the tribe's understanding that the real work is done on that staff level.
I think the key is when we're having meetings with tribal chairs and council members, as well as their environment directors.
Definitely.
I mean, so far we've developed a pretty, I think, healthy relationship with the tribes that we've worked on things like the beneficial use policy and any number of things. But you're absolutely right. We're going to need to do a lot more of it. So we might as well figure out how to help with that.
Lastly, another comment that we received is that the policy lacks a description of what the consultation process entails. So similar to how we augmented the Cali PA policy to develop the water board tribal consultation policy, we would like to take the same or similar approach with the existing Cali PA draft protocol document to work on the supplemental guide that we have in our action plan to work through this issue. And
it makes sense to not have different.
Yeah, make it specific to what our staff need and working with tribes to collaborate on that. So moving forward, we will be reviewing the comments and the proposed changes in the comment letters. As mentioned, we'll be editing the document and working with the individuals who submitted the comments. And since there will be no board action today, we will be bringing the document back to the executive director for signature in early 2019. We will then again distribute it similarly as we did before with the draft policy to all California Native American tribes. We are still learning as we go, and this policy, as we discussed, is a stepping stone, recognizing that if something is not correct or is not working for us, we'd be willing to come back and revise the policy at a later time. Further, that the action plans that we've outlined now, as they may work for us here in 2018, 2019, we can come back and edit them, add to them, and strengthen them at a later time.
So again, water is life. We have a common goal to protect the beneficial uses of the state, and we appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is really interesting, and this is actually the first time that I've taken a look at this and trying to read through it with a lens of some of the comments that you've made about staff resources. And so just wondering, is there anything in here that you could call out that would encourage collaborative relationships amongst the tribes so that, and I'm recognizing this one guiding principle here, number 5, understand and recognize that no one tribe speaks for another. So we need to be very sensitive to that issue as we outreach with tribes. And I know that's something that in my limited engagement that I've tried to be sensitive to, but not knowing the various tribes and stakeholders and specific issues of sensitivity, is there something that we can do in this policy, or maybe something that you could call out that you already have, that would encourage collaborative relationships? Or I see here there's that section on action plan number 10, develop MOU and MOA with tribes on specific projects. Could I read into this that it could be multiple tribes where appropriate?
Generally, it's been individual tribes. However, for our outreach for this policy, we're able to bring tribes together in a single location. Multiple tribes were collaboratively part of the conversation. I think it's on a consultation by consultation or case by case basis. Because no one tribe does speak for another, it's sometimes difficult, and they often have different their own issues or takes on an issue, and it makes it more challenging to combine efforts. Wherever possible, we've often in the North Coast gone to multiple tribal governments in a trip. But it may not be the same conversation in a room, but we try and take staff resources as best as we can and try and combine efforts. Sometimes they are amenable to working together, but not always. So,
one of the things we could think about, and it's a good question, I encountered it at EPA too, and it's an interesting dynamic because we do frequently, I won't say frequently, it's just we've been through it a few times. You'll have folks who purport to speak for a number of tribes, or they want to, and but there's a way to say it. I think the way we did it at EPA was to say, you've got to defer to the wishes of the tribe, but if a group of tribes sort of consents to you working together or with one of their nonprofits or liaison, then we will. But the key thing is to be respectful of them doing it in how we say it. So there's sort of more, I mean, it's a good concept, so we should work on some language. We just have to figure out how to say it in a way that
and we did it during the beneficial
with their
use
consent.
development. Yeah, I mean,
we did.
We did. So I think it just depends, but I think we will work towards trying to do that.
Well, just even offering it up.
Yes.
And then, of course, it would be their call because of the guiding
Sovereignty.
principle that no tribe speaks for another.
One of the advantages we had the federal government, because we had a trust responsibility and we had a funding source with GAP grants, we could actually fund groups that they brought together, and that made it a little easier. Sometimes here we don't have those resources, but we can probably come up with language that's appropriate.
Yeah, and if I may, I think there's a distinction when there's a specific project that you're consulting on that, falls within a certain, reservation or territory. But I think to your point, I think it is helpful to, and maybe we find opportunities to do this or otherwise, but maybe kind of develop, a list, a certain set of issues that, collectively, tribes across the state feel that we should be trying to improve on. So, whether it's whatever it might be, at least trying to sort of come up with sort of a work plan, if you will, with, okay, over the next year, here are going to be these opportunities to, address whatever issues, tribes feel that we need to be working more on or less, and vice versa. And there's those sort of, I think, more universal sort of discussions that are helpful to kind of coordinate and better get people to collaborate around.
And to that end, we do participate in the Calipa Tribal Advisory Committee. I serve on that as the BDO representative. There are other opportunities, the quarterly RTOCs, the annual conference. So we do have opportunities to engage and present our information and get information. We're always apprised of the issues that are on the forefront of what they're interested in.
No, it's good that we do show up, which is
We
a
do
good
show
thing,
up.
and
We have for many years. Yeah. Yeah.
Other questions? I'd like do you have a couple things? One is, can you get me the copy of the DWR's tribal consultation, because they're sort of the gold standard on water, having run and run, they have Anacita, they've got more staffing, they do projects on the ground which require more consultations. Somebody consulting on a regulatory matter is different, but which is why we have to have our own flavor. But I'd like to see what they actually do. And it's been a while since I looked at this, so I'll look at it.
Okay. And again, they're under natural resources, so they have their own overarching natural resources consultation policy and then their own.
Well, maybe both.
Yeah,
It'd be fine
of
to
course.
just take a look at. And then I do appreciate that US EPA will offer assistance, not just their venues, but their people when we need them for things, which is what they're supposed to do, because they're supposed to build capacity for tribes, but they're also supposed to build our capacity to do things. So that's part of the cool stuff about EPA that nobody thinks about. That is a key part of what EPA is supposed to do, not just regulate. I had a few others. Thank you for the work on this. It's never enough, and I'm sorry that we don't have the extra resources, but we'll keep trying.
I appreciate it, and I do.
We'll take a run at it with the new administration.
There we go. I do want to thank Angela. She was instrumental in pulling this all together under very minimal guidance, but I kind of said, here, go to it, follow this, and do this, and she did a great job. So,
right, to be continued. Important stuff.
Thank you very much.
I want to just quickly acknowledge and thank you for having Rosick be able to come out to it as well, our lone member in the audience at this point.
Yeah.
But I know that he greatly enjoyed seeing that as well, since
We had a
tribal
great road
issues are
trip.
an interest of his. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, we, at one of our events at RenCon, because of the fires, there were power outages, and many tribal members weren't able to attend. So we were able to add that extra outreach event at the Pachanga that they graciously hosted. We had a dozen people there. Resic was able to come as well and see a little bit of what we do. So I was very thankful for that. So thank you.
Good, thank you. No, it's been a labor of love. All right. Item number 11, board member report. Mr. McGuire, you want to start?
Yes, I would love to. I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
Well, I just want to start by welcoming our new board member. It's exciting to have you be here, and look forward to many productive sessions with you in the future. So welcome. I just am trying to pull up my calendar here and recollect. Last Friday, I was at a partnership meeting for the San Joaquin Valley in Stockton, and I thought it was interesting. We had the mayor of Stockton talk about homelessness, and it was a good opportunity for us to dialogue a bit. And WQCC, in the recent presentation that we had about their efforts in San Diego. Aqua Fall Conference, so it was great to see my fellow board members there. Board member Esquivel did a great job on the panel on drinking water, safe and affordable drinking water. And then Chair Marcus and her comments at Tim Quinn's retirement dinner. So that was just wonderful to be there and celebrate a very long and productive career. And then last week, I met with ORPP James Nachbauer and his staff, and we had pizza. And he pulled in, some of his key staff, and I would just encourage you all to take him up on that opportunity if he hasn't
I've done
asked
that,
you
but
yet.
there was no food.
Well, I had pizza. I had pizza, and it was a great
Maybe there was
conversation.
food.
And
Might have been dessert.
yeah, we just talked. We just talked for an hour, and it was wonderful. And I would actually encourage the other divisions to do something similar. No rush, but we know where there's an opportunity and you're hungry and would like to have some pizza and sit down with staff, I think that it would be a welcome opportunity.
Thank you. That's actually really cool.
Two things. I was finally able to attend a regional water board meeting. I attended part of the Central Valley Regional Board meeting last week. There was a great deal of interest in what we will be doing tomorrow, to which my response was, tune in, I have no idea. I also had the opportunity yesterday, along with staff from the Division of Financial Assistance and Drinking Water, as well as the Central Valley Regional Water Board staff and OES and a few others, to visit Paradise and Magalia. And I have no words. I'll just say that Leslie Loudon and DFA staff is going to be working on a resolution, an item, I guess, to bring to us in January. And at the end of yesterday's visit, I only half jokingly told her, whatever she wants, I'll get it, because it's just so devastating. I mean, I've read the news articles, I've seen the pictures. I thought I knew, I thought I was prepared, being the stoic, practical-minded engineer that I am, and I'm still, choking up just talking about it. So it's not a day that I will ever forget. And that item, you'll be briefed on it soon, and it'll be coming before us in January.
Thank you.
No shortage of challenges, certainly, right? All right, so quick rundown. As board member Diadamo mentioned, I was at Aqua and was fortunate to join a panel. Darren Polhamus joined me up there. It was well attended. So Aqua and its membership, is definitely interested in trying to get to this next chapter where hopefully we have everyone on the same page and we have a successful legislative effort over funding clean and safe. But so that was great. In the span of 1 week, I was then also on another panel speaking very similar to these issues. The Pacific Institute pulled together a briefing on their recent report that came out a few months ago on quantifying and measuring our movement toward the human right to water, fulfilling the human right to water. Part of that report also took to task the fact that on the sanitation side, there hasn't been as much attention to, say, on the drinking water side, even though on the drinking water side, we're still in the middle of trying to wrap things around. But that panel was on, let's see, where am I now? Sorry, I have to look at my dates, otherwise well, it was last week, last Tuesday, I think it was. And so I was able to do that, and then, this is why I can't find mine. And then the only other thing I would flag, that was on Tuesday the 4th, excuse me. And then that's it. So, thanks.
There you go. No, that's great. I just add that the Aqua Conference was great, and I like the way you put it, just a tribute to a long and storied career. And while a few of us who toasted him tried to be serious, it was one of the funniest, best retirement dinners I've ever been to. It was hilarious, which was the way they should be. I thought it was a great send-off. I also did have a lot of good conversations in the hallways with people who do want to change the dynamic and the dialogue on the clean, safe drinking water. So we'll have to take everybody up on every engagement we possibly can to come up with something as early in the new year as we possibly can. Other than that, I don't think I need to report, just the usual meetings and some talks, but not anything else. All right. With that, let's move on to the Executive Director's report.
The one thing I wanted to call to your attention is that we did include a write-up about Fiscal. It probably could use some work and refinement. It's pretty dense, but I didn't want to not include it just because there isn't another report for another month. So we'll continue to work on it and maybe refine it a bit and make it a little bit easier to understand. But I just wanted you guys to know that we did follow up on the request from about a month ago, and it does. You will see that there. At least some of the categories of challenges, and part of it is, there's this whole, for every category of thing that we do that's not conventional, that isn't buying pencils, we have to kind of develop these shells, and so that takes a lot of that takes a lot of time and effort, and then we have to populate those for every individual transaction or contract, and then transactions within the contracts. So the whole transition also kind of progresses in fits and starts. You know, there will be long periods where it seems like nothing is happening and everything is dammed up, but you know, then we have a little bit of a breakthrough and we make some progress. There is a lot of learning going on both in DAS and DFA in particular. So what we've been we've been putting a lot of resources, we've been trying to move people around within our existing staff to put resources where they can be best used and to try to help people kind of get up to speed before we get to sort of a normal processing structure. But what we've said repeatedly to the regions and to offices is if there is an emergency, if there is some absolutely critical need, it needs to be elevated and brought to our attention so that we can move that particular transaction or project through some alternative process rather than have it just be stuck
Collateral
in the general.
damage, right.
Yeah. Now, that's not going to work if everyone identifies everything that they want to be an emergency, but we have been able to deal with individual contracts, payments, or issues when they've been brought to our attention. So we will continue to work on this. I understand that we are not alone in our frustration, you know, that many other state agencies are suffering the same kind of learning curve that we are, and our staff has been in contact with many of the other boards and offices here in Cal EPA, trying to learn from their experience if they're ahead of us, but I think that we're all similarly situated in this ordeal.
I mean, obviously, one of the impacts will be things are delayed as there's like grant processing, or what are the key things that will experience delays or are experiencing them? I've heard a bit about it already.
I mean, you know, some of what you're hearing is unrelated to fiscal and has to do with our separate contracting process and some of the issues we have with that, and some of it is whether we can cut payments on contracts, loans, grants, what have you. So fiscal is really about the payments, not the negotiation of the contracts themselves. So underground storage tank folks were experiencing delays in payments. We've made a lot of progress now, but we haven't cut very many checks, but at least we've cut a few. So we're assuming that we're going to be able to move underground storage tank payments through the system much faster now. We'll see if that happens in the next month or two. But different categories have different problems and delays depending on where they are in the system. And there are some DFA categories where we haven't transitioned to fiscal yet, and we are still in the old CalSTARS process.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit everything. It's essentially every time we pay somebody money, whether it's buying pencils, paying invoices on contracts, or rent on buildings, or UST claims payments, it's just a new workload that, you know, we're working through, and a new process. I did talk to the head of administrative services at the Air Board, who's about a year ahead of us on this. And she did say that they had you know, encountered some of the same struggles, and that over time it has improved for them. But then our staff also reminded me that we're more fiscally complex in many ways to the Air Board in terms of number of funding sources and number of contracts and the different types of payments we do, like with the UST program and grant payments and our SRF loans. So maybe a little light at the end of the tunnel, but not as much as I had hoped. I'm sure it will get better over time, but right now it's been a real struggle for our staff.
I appreciate the information in the report, because I think what was bothering most folks on the outside was just the lack of having understanding of the sort of timelines of getting things resolved. And, you know, a feeling that there wasn't enough communication coming out from us as to what they should be expecting. And, you know, they have clients, et cetera. So I sympathize with that. You know, I understand it's a challenge. And I don't want us to make promises we can't keep in those. And I know there's some of that, because it's kind of hard to know, you know, when we will sort of, particular programs, say storage tanks, when checks will start coming out, more regularly, or what people can expect. But to the extent that we can, I think it's really important that we do communicate, okay, well, where things are, when folks on the outside might expect for their particular program or their issue some relief. So we'll just need to, because the calls are for us to do something more formal and, having a timeline and a schedule. And again, the executive director report now, I think, is the right place. And so eager to see some continued refinement of, again, communicating to folks on the outside just where we are and just being honest with the challenges we're facing.
Yeah, understood, and we'll keep doing this. I think that we will want to, think about, I'm not sure we'll want to repeat all of this every executive director report, but we'll think about that. I will say that I think that staff would love nothing more than to have a calendar of when, each of these categories were going to be resolved and move through the process, and that we just haven't had the confidence or the ability to do that. But, to the extent we can, we will, and to the extent that we've actually been able to move forward in certain programs, we will communicate that and let folks know.
Thank you. Any other questions or issues? Thank you, as always, for doing this. It's very helpful to have. You think about the whole universe of the water board, and very little of it actually ends up in front of us in a formal board meeting, so it is really good to get a feel for it. So that's item number 12. Item number 13 is for tomorrow. So I guess I can recess unless I've forgotten something. All right.
We surprise everyone, just move to 13 right now. I'm just kidding. kidding.
Yeah. That would have been cool. All right.